time. Go time.
Ricky Bobby says if you ain't first, you're last. How you going to be first if you ain't got your foot on the floorboard?
But you have to be first the last lap. The first half of the race doesn't pay anything.
There we go.
We save fuel in the first half to win the second half.
You've been working out.
I try my best.
You got it. Have fun, Daniel. Hey, Dude Wipes. Yes, good to see y'all. Have fun today on the race there, Anthony Alfredo.
We will, hopefully skid mark free.
Whoa. He works skid marking telecast. Hey, buddy. Michael Walter. How you doing? Good to see you, Michael. Hey, Denny. How you doing?
Doing good.
Did you hear them all boo at you when they introduced you?
It's my theme music, Mike.
And it's because you beat all their favorite guys. Is that the deal?
I think that's probably part of the problem.
How are you going to go about beating all of the competition today? Tell me about this race a little bit.
It's going to take a lot of strategic maneuvering by our team and our teammates, and then just outdrive them at the end. We'll be fine.
How thick is your playbook? Coach Gibbs was just talking to you.
We have plan A, plan B, and a few plan C's.
All right. Have a good race.
Let's go.
Let's see what Brad's doing. Brad Keselowski, you've won here 5 times? 6.
BJ gets time.
And if you get 7, what's that mean?
Well, I'd break the tie with Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Wow.
That'd be good.
What's the key to your successes here at Talladega with all these victories?
A lot of luck, for sure. You got to have luck. Michael, this track is, you can do all the right things and still have a bad day. And so the luck side's got to be with you. I was talking to Blaney about that here just a few minutes ago on the ride around, and sometimes you do a move, it works, you win the race, and you do the same exact move the next time, and you end up wrecked. So you got to have the luck, but you also, at the end, you got to make sure you take care of your stuff and don't wreck yourself.
How's your beautiful daughter?
Good. She's looking great.
Okay, have fun today. Are you going to be cheering Daddy on?
Yes.
That's cool. Good to see you. Whoa. I almost fell down. Ryan Blaney. Where'd Blaney go? Bathroom?
Right there.
Oh. Hi, Blaney. Have fun today.
Mikey, thank you, Mike.
You're pretty good at this stuff.
We'll see. Hopefully the trend continues. We'll find out.
What do you think about your car? Is it fast?
Yeah, I think we'll be good. We'll try to run all miles and see where we're at the end. We'll see.
I love that plan. It's been a lot of fun doing the grid walk. They got a little extra time. John Hunter Nemechek, this family is beautiful. How's your baby? How's everybody doing?
Everybody's good. It's Taylor's birthday today.
Ah, happy birthday. You want me to sing happy birthday?
Let's do it. You ready?
Okay, ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Taylor. Happy birthday to you.
Let's go to break on that, guys.
Is playoff Jason a thing?
Nah, playoff Jason is not a thing.
Okay, Tatum. We all know it's a thing. Same goes for playoff Spider.
It's not a thing.
Well, Brunson can't deny it.
Well, that happy birthday was public domain now.
Oh, I see. You got the whole
But it actually, the thing expired to where it's public domain now.
It's not a thing.
Are you serious? Everyone's going playoff and saying it's clearly a thing.
It's not a thing.
Well, let's find out.
Good day, sir.
Oh, wait. You like Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been running it, but how it was now.
It's a pepper thing.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All.
Yeah,
Less
it is in
work,
public
more
domain
clean.
now.
Buy $20, get 5 back through May 31st.
I knew it was.
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part. I don't know where to begin.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
2016
Yeah, just
Hamill.
smell it.
2016 is when it became public domain.
Cinnabon pull apart is all the parts.
Live at Talladega, aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven.
No single place, no sole event, no unique experience can summarize the cacophony of America.
This is the one
But in
race
some of the
track
ways we hold dear, Talladega comes kind of close.
where the underdog is a factor.
It's the one racetrack
When it comes to a lot of what
statistically,
we like, the old soybean field repurposed and paved into
statistically,
a triumph has a lot of favorites on the
favors the underdog.
Start with
No other
magnitude.
track in Cup Series history is like
If we
that.
had a one-size-fits-all option in America, most would choose double XL. And that doesn't begin to measure Talladega. If you like it big, you'll love it here. Next, there's the sound.
Since
For all
1969,
the pleasure of silence, face it, in our country, we like life out loud. And this may be the capital city of volume. And with the decibels, there's our endless fascination for what lies within it. Danger.
even since the first race here in
It's not just how
'69,
fast we can go. It's how far we might
crowded
push,
its own controversy.
how close we
Well,
might come,
now famous controversy.
how much we will risk.
Gonna have to. Here he goes.
Here they come to the line.
Master the threat, and you come to another great American tenet.
You're clear by one. Take a flag.
Winning.
How about you?
Holy cow!
Never seen anything like that.
We got us a win at Talladega.
Like America, Talladega celebrates one value above all.
Yes! Oh my God! Let's go, man!
Possibility. And that's something we're all chasing.
And thank you, Tom Rinaldi, and you have a front row seat for the 110th running of this Talladega race. In fact, nearly a third of them have been settled by a last lap pass, the last 3 overtime, so you'll want to stick around.
Please rise as you are able and remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as North Forsyth High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Citizens Baptist Medical Center Chaplain, Miss Barbara Embry.
Heavenly Father, we pause to give you thanks today for your bountiful blessings upon us, even in this day as you control the weather. We bless you, Lord, for the opportunity to meet with new and old acquaintances, to cheer on our drivers and their teams, and to give you glory. So we ask you to bless us today in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, the 313th United States Army Band.
The weather has cooperated here at Alabama. You have
Name me a more iconic sight for a racetrack
thanks for being a part of NASCAR.
than that semi-truck pulling the American flag around.
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, Hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will
Jacqueline,
willingly hand over
no.
Reese's cups.
I am not
cars.
surprised.
This is it. We're
because it's
happily gonna
RCR
go
on
and
Super
meet Reese's
Speedway.
distant but delicious cousins.
I'm more shocked that it wasn't Austin Hill.
Take on Alonso and the Mets.
You know?
Or the Reds battle Seager and the
I
Rangers.
would not have put
Saturday
Busher in
at 4
that.
Eastern
I don't
on
think
Fox.
Sonic, because recently, well, I don't know. Busher did
Tide is
win
busting
Daytona.
water's biggest myth. That cold water can't.
Oh my. Oh my god. Commercial, no! Tide, no! You can't do that to me!
Those things?
Well, only one way to find out.
Tori and Carrie, no!
Bargain detergent in warm.
The memories.
Cold water
The
can't clean those
memories.
stains? I'd say that myth is
Busted. I always wanted to say that. Turn to cold with Tide.
Fox 5 meteorologist Mike Thomas keeps you prepared.
Bright day coming your way tomorrow.
And he lets you know what to expect.
If we're lucky,
The sad thing about that is they could have the third member, but unfortunately he's not there.
Stay with us and stay ahead.
It would have been so much cooler if you had the third member, but just to see them, it's like, oh.
But Amy seems cool.
Let's be honest, everybody knows what today is, so.
What do you think?
I know this road is there for me. If I'm really free, take me down to the river and walk.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Do we have your attention yet? Is this how you dance on the razor's edge? How you beat the heat? Would this gladiator be the last?
People's not gonna know that joke, Hamill.
Attack from the rest of the pack. Last
Yeah, I saw that too,
not
Bumble.
entertained?
Yeah, jeez.
Saturday on Fox. Arenado and the Cardinals take on Alonso and the Mets. Or the Reds battle Seager and the Rangers. Saturday
It should be interesting.
on Fox.
It should be interesting.
The United Football
Now we're starting to get people to trickle in, so I'll go ahead and do this right now. And just get it started.
Alonso and the Mets. Or the Reds battle Seager and the Rangers. Saturday at 4 Eastern on Fox.
Yeah.
Buckle up and hang on. This is going to be a good one.
The fans of Kansas
Oh
Speedway
yeah,
know how to
best
have
best
a
track
good
on the
time.
schedule.
One that celebrates fantastic finishes and family-friendly facilities. Trading paint.
We got feuding.
And tailgating tradition. Burnouts, beer, and barbecue. Oh, it'll for sure be a good time, and you are all invited. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your
Yeah, let's
tickets
just
now
go
at
with that instead. I like that.
KansasSpeedway.com.
Instead.
Welcome to Talladega, where most of the favorites are driving Fords today. 3 of them start at the front of the field. But there's always somebody who wants to play a spoiler. For example,
Well, I started to say something because I started to say like maybe you should take out Busher, but
1960s to be bigger,
and I backtracked on it.
larger, faster than Daytona, and he certainly succeeded in that aim. This is the fastest speedway on Earth. And
I don't think
it
there's one I
has thrilled fans
honestly actually take
and
out,
challenged
though.
drivers ever since that first race in 1969. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast booth. Clint Boyer and Kevin Harvick both know their way.
That's why I said I backtracked Busher when I
He got
realized, yeah, he did win
Like
Daytona
you
last
mentioned,
year,
Mike,
and he
this
has
is all
run.
about the drivers and everything that they do from a
He's
process
run
standpoint inside the car
somewhat
today.
decent on these
You've got to
tracks,
save
but-
your fuel. You've got to be a good pusher. You've got to be able to get pushed good. You've got to do all the little things right. And oh, by the way, you need to be a little bit lucky.
For all those things to go right, though, you have to be in good communication, in sync with your spotter up on the roof. We talked to Bubba Wallace, heard him talking about Freddie Kraft. That communication, when he says clear, you have to do it now, and he better be right? You don't have a second chance out here. There is no reset. We know that the big one's going to happen.
I got
The
that one going on, but
communication
I'm
is
going to
staying out of
do
those wrecks,
this
cleaning
as
up
well
all the mistakes on pit road,
more
and
curiosity
more importantly,
than
being in that
anything.
right position at the end of this race with the right people around you. That's very hard to do. Well, pit stops will be key, especially green flag stops, because 1 second lost in the pits, that's a football field out on the track.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of trouble coming onto pit road with cars getting stacked up. So you want to lose the least amount of time possible on pit road. And that's why we talk about saving fuel and the things that the drivers do on the racetrack. So pit road is very important today. Your manufacturer and their help from your teammates is also very important. We'll see who does it the best.
Yeah, strategy. You know the fuel mileage is going to come into play, but I want to be in that magical moment off of 4 with the right push, and that right push is going to come from either a teammate or a manufacturer ally. They're the only ones you can trust.
3 different makes, Ford, Chevrolet, and Toyota. You'll see drivers trying to find their partners and pit together under green. And the strategy will not just be your car, not just your team, but everybody driving the same manufacturer as you. Time to go trackside.
Talladega, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Welcome, 4-star General and Chief of the National Guard Bureau, General Daniel R. Hokanson.
Drivers, start your engines.
I don't think you're going to see a flip. Personally, I don't think you're going to see one.
500 miles on the world's fastest speedway. Yeah.
It does make me think, though, with the last time we actually had a flip in the Cup race. Now, we've had a couple in Xfinity races.
Bacon.
But I don't think we've seen one in a Cup race in a while. Here.
Bacon burger. Just $9.99 for a limited time.
Obviously, we've seen a couple at Daytona, but
that's eating good in
it's been a while since I think we've seen
Isn't
one in
it
here.
absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will willingly hand over
Yeah,
a
it might be.
Cups?
I think Larson's
That's
was the
flying
last.
cars.
Well,
This is it.
yeah, I
We're
think
at
Larson's
the
was the
pinnacle.
last one here.
And meet Reese's distant but delicious cups.
In a Cup race. Oh no, Logano, excuse me.
All the
Yeah,
parts
that's right,
you
Logano.
need at the prices you want.
Brad's last
Guaranteed
win.
to fit every time.
I know that.
So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Toby,
So
why
yeah,
are you
we
doing
actually,
this
if that's the
in a
case,
basketball
that means we
Well, I
haven't seen
wanna
a
save
next
the best
gen
part
flip
for
here
last, but
yet.
It's all the best part. I don't know where to begin.
part? Toby, eat your breakfast.
Maybe I just smell it.
So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see a next gen flip here.
Is all the parts.
Competing for gold.
That's interesting. Now I started thinking about it. That's right.
Versus newcomer Reese's Medals.
Joey's was last year at 21. That was the old car. That was the
Will
Gen
be
6.
the winner.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, what
The,
did they
the next gen has yet to see a flip at this racetrack.
Bacon. Introducing Applebee's new whole lot of bacon burger. Just $9.99 for a limited time. Applebee's. Now that's
No
eating
meat.
good in the
You're forgetting
neighborhood.
Priest.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks.
I know,
Then
F1.
redeem your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
This is the story of that terrifying day.
Really don't want to say that we are kind of on hold.
Surviving Hamas, a Benjamin Hall series.
You guys realize I'm talking about next gen flips at this racetrack, which hasn't happened
This
yet.
is the biggest, the baddest,
The fastest, most unpredictable.
boldest racetrack on the circuit.
Dude, every time. Come on. 22. I don't know if he touched you, but he was your ass. That damn 47 was gonna wreck, no doubt about it.
When nerves of steel are forged in silence
I don't think you're gonna see it happen.
or chaos.
Oh, we got one away. They're piled up. And it's the big one.
Wrecking. This big long.
Tattooed by Ryan Priest.
Talks about.
And winners are created in a flash.
I
Welcome
mean,
back
the closest I think
to Dega.
incident we could have had to one was probably Dylan's hit here
The starting grid at a
last
track that's
fall.
held 109 NASCAR Cup races, 32 of which were settled by a last lap pass. Let's recap our 3 manufacturers this year, and that goose egg for Ford in the win column.
But
That's
the big
Sparks,
number
champions of the
is
series
that
last
bottom
year,
number.
and very successful here. Toyota, 3 wins this year, but not on the fastest drafting tracks of NASCAR, where Chevrolet has won the trophies.
Well, considering the drivers for Chevrolet were Jeff Gordon, Dale Sr., and Dale Jr., guys that know how to win here. It's no wonder they have the record for manufacturer here.
Well, your boys brought you another fast Ford Mustang. Back on the pole, a lot of speed here at Talladega. How do you keep these guys behind you?
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm just so proud of everybody at Front Row, just bringing 2 really fast hot rods here. It's not straightforward. You got to race hard all day long, make good moves, be smart, got to be there at the end, execute pit road, pit stops. But yeah, we'll enjoy the view while we have it. Fight hard to keep it.
Yeah, here's all of 1 win for Chevrolet at this
all right,
racetrack.
Man, thanks for the time. Can't wait to watch.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at our.
He's got 5 wins, but or he's got 6 wins, but 5 of those were with a different manufacturer than
were the 2
Chevrolet.
fastest qualifiers here yesterday. Todd Gilliland has his best start in the Cup Series, and Kyle Busch got his 2nd Talladega win here.
But I'm keeping an eye on that 38
year.
car today.
Kevin will dial him up.
The front row car.
Hey, Kyle Busch, Kevin and Clint up in the booth. We've seen everything that Talladega brings. Obviously, you won here last fall.
The history of this place.
Today, buddy?
38 car might be one to watch.
A little bit of luck on your side, but certainly having a fast race car helps. So guys at RCR, ECR,
Just last year, Hamill. Literally just last fall.
Looking forward to having a fast piece here to go out there and challenge these guys for a win.
All right, man,
right
good
here.
luck out there today.
It's the race that started the run.
All right, row 3.
You won here and then carried that momentum all the way through to Phoenix last year.
Talladega, and on the outside of him, Martin Truex Jr. Never been in victory lane on a super speedway.
Row 4 is 3-time Talladega winner Joey Logano and winner at Daytona last summer, Chris Buescher.
Row number 5, Chase Elliott, a double Talladega winner who won last week, and Christopher Bell, this year's Phoenix
I
winner.
do look for, again, the differences between Daytona and Talladega, but knowing how good they were at Daytona until the big wreck, I would be watching out for the Fords today. But we'll see what happens.
Last week, that 42-race winless streak ended at Texas. Crew Chief Alan Gustafson told me it wasn't as much about the win for him as it was the validation that the processes and everything they've been working on.
But I'll say this.
And they got that win. With that win, now they come into a racetrack.
You may not even see the winner of this race till 10 to go.
Fast again this weekend and starts 9th in the number 9.
All right, how about row 6 right here? Ryan Preece, best Cup finish of 3rd, came here, and Alex Bowman on his outside, runner-up in this race in 2019.
I wouldn't.
Starting 13th is William Byron, who has 3 wins this year, and Bubba Wallace.
Yeah.
Here's Jamie Little.
16, 18.
About if you're Bubba Wallace, you're back at your home track, also the site of your first career Cup win. And earlier
15.
this week, he announced that he and wife Amanda
15,
are
16, and
their
18
first baby
fall
later
races
in the year. Now, when it comes to Toyota, the manufacturer he drives for, they are winless when it comes to super speedways with this brand new car. But Bubba, top 5 at both drafting tracks earlier this year. Watch for that 23 to be running up front.
Row number 8, Ty Gibbs, last year's Rookie of the Year, has 5 top 10s this season.
Again, this
already.
is the one race and the one track in which the idea of
that's right, Auckland, New Zealand, Shane Van Gisbergen. Keep an eye out
the idea of having an upset winner. This is the one track you can say that anybody could win the race. No other track. This is the one track you can say that.
Josh?
Well, it's going to be an
Daytona tries to make that talk, but at the same time, the stats say otherwise.
After not being allowed to qualify due to unapproved adjustments to
Talladega is the one racetrack where you have, I believe it's 5 guys that scored their only career Cup win here.
And I talked to Crew Chief Cliff Daniels, who told me, look, you can look at it 2 ways. It's going to either complicate things or simplify things. We look at the latter. He said it's a long race. As long as we execute, we'll be a factor when it comes down to when it matters.
Thanks, Josh. If you run out of gas here going into turn 1, it's a long way around to pit road. So let's check with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, for a closer look at the fuel system in these cars.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to go 188 laps, 500 miles. Fresh tires will not do a lot for you, but as Kevin and Clint pointed out, it's about saving fuel, especially near the end of the race. It was
Hamill, we're talking their
factor in
only
this
career
race at
cup
Talladega
win.
1 year ago. So let's go to our Toyota.
The only name I could
cutaway
think of
car,
offhand
and let's
with
go to the rear of the
Daytona
car in the fuel
is...
cell area. Now,
Actually,
the
that
fuel
doesn't
cell
even
holds
make
about
sense.
20
It
to
is...
20 and a half gallons.
Actually, no, it'd be
It's a steel
Turbine.
container with a Kevlar fuel cell bladder. The pump is in the middle. As you get into a run, you see the level go down. But look at over there on the left side. That is a fuel reservoir. Fuel runs in that reservoir through trap doors.
I was going to say Pete Hamilton. Was like, no,
pump.
Hamilton
If a
also won a
driver feels
Dega,
the engine
so it
stutter,
can't be
he
Pete.
can
Pete
throw a
yeah,
switch
not
that
Pete
activates
Hamilton.
that pump. But the biggest thing, guys, if he has to go to that right there, he knows his next
I think
trip
Mario
by
Andretti
pit
might
road,
be
he
one.
better be
AJ
on
won
pit
it more
road.
than
At a track
Daytona.
this size, everybody does it different, but this is the most common way of going about it.
Well, the biggest difference is you're just not going to get as much out of that switch as you did in
I'm not sure about
past.
tiny
So
lines.
These guys, when that thing bobbles, they better get to pit road as quick as they can because they don't have a lot of leeway to make another lap.
Greg Sachs, I think, only had the one.
The weather will be a story today. It rained till about 9 a.m. Early this week, the forecast was for 97% rain all day.
That's something you'd have to go through the record book and
shower came by our booth
check it.
Just as they gave the command to fire engines, but that has stopped. The track is dry, and
60,
we are
60, and
ready to go
68.
for 60, 60, and 68 laps. The three stages.
It's funny how the poll went exactly like I thought it would.
Fuel window 42 to 46.
Which
laps.
makes sense because that's even what the comment. That's even what Harvick, Julian Boyer said.
32 last lap
They
passes
said that
for victory here at Talladega.
Hendrick was the one that
70
right
lead
now looks like the
changes
title
record.
favorite.
The last time we were here, the last 7 races at Talladega had 7 different winners, and when this track was new, they ran the summer race for 15 years before they had a repeat winner.
And that's exactly
Wow.
why you look down here and see a packed house. Sold out infield, packed grandstand. They're here to watch these boys do work.
Well,
I'll say
I know
this,
one
it's
thing,
on my
Clint,
bucket
Mike
list.
talked about the weather and what it was
This and
supposed to be.
Daytona are on my
Last
bucket
night it
list,
rained
so.
and might have saved your life.
Hey, 90% chance all
Nope,
week
Derek Cope
long.
won
It's not
twice.
every day you get to outrun the old weatherman, and we beat his butt today. I like it.
Well, Mark, he's
All right, here's
not going to have the
the
draft. He's not going to have the draft, and the pack's going to catch him quick. So
7th today.
the light that he could maintain stay on the lead lap, but at the same time, odds are you could get swallowed up. But the good news for him is if he does lose a lap, he's probably going to be the only car lap down at the stage end. At worst, the stage end.
That are genuine contenders.
So it's not going to be that big a
30.
detriment.
Well, at least.
I mean, I would.
Depends on what's left. It could
I don't
be
know,
anybody's day. I agree. Could be anybody.
There's Lenny Pond's only career win too,
Yeah.
Bumble. I'll put that in now so I don't miss
Big
it.
day for these Ford guys.
Put that in now so I don't
They've
miss
been
it.
covering it.
I missed it before.
It's time for them to shine.
All right.
Mustang pulls into pit road.
It's time,
First
boys and
appearance
girls.
As a pace car in the Cup Series. And here they come.
It's time for
Everybody
Dega.
on their feet, grandstand packed, infield full. This is what they came to see. Right there is where the start-finish line would be.
Here we
Daytona.
go.
But it's further down track where the green
Got my
flag
hat.
waves, and we're underway.
Gotta bring the magic. I like the scheme he's running today too. That blue. I like that blue.
Well, you just motioned about it in the booth, Clinton. That is as spread out of a start as you'll probably ever see at Talladega, or at least for today, you won't see one that spread out again.
Well, everybody's minding their P's and Q's. No practice. Be mindful that we haven't had any practice. These guys got to feel these cars out a little bit. That communication you heard me talk about with the spotters, everything has to be in sync. Let's ease into this situation because you know it's
No
just
reason to
gonna
get
keep
crazy.
ratcheting
You got
up.
188 laps
Already
today.
3 wide towards the back.
We saw yesterday.
About 14
It's going to come down to the late part of this
Very
race more than it
nicely
is
Noah's
right
Ark
now.
style. It's a
So
mess back there, though, where everybody wants to get to the front.
let's find a place to ride and log some laps. May see him get a little dicey at the end of the
Starting to see
stage,
these
going for
3
the stage
rows back
points.
here. Be mindful, Larson obviously not getting a qualifying lap. He'll be coming from the back, Keselowski.
And Larson
As
had
it
to
did
do
his
a
pass-through.
penalty on lap 1 as part of the penalty for that inspection infraction yesterday. He was not allowed to qualify, had to do a pass-through under green after taking the green on the track. So he will be at least half a lap down.
Phil's came in 88.
Well, there was definitely a huge hula.
One of the first restrictor plate races at Talladega.
Kyle Larson's roof rail and everything that he had going
then,
on.
Ron Bouchard was, of course, Bouchard's the one that pulled the
he's not going to have the draft. His lap time
snookered Darrell Waltrip, Terry Labonte come into the checkered.
Say that one more time.
Hula baloo.
What is that?
Darrell passed Terry, thought he had him, and then left the bottom completely open for Brickhouse, or for Bouchard. Of course, Brickhouse was the very first race here, which had that controversy with.
I love it. That's my favorite. I told him, I said, you got to.
Had that controversy with the fact that the drivers boycotted because of tire issues that had been happening.
In front of Hemrick there, Chastain behind him. Momentum on that outside coming.
Well, you've got a lot of different agendas that have
Goodyear was not. I believe it was Goodyear wasn't anticipating the speeds they were going to have here.
Trying to get themselves formed up together,
to
make some track position up early and put themselves in a better
The union came about because of the drivers' concerns about safety, so they organized a union to boycott, a temporary union to boycott the race. It had nothing to do with the union, it was the drivers' concerns over the tire issues. They just formed a temporary union so they could try to negotiate with Big Bill, and Bill said, I'm running this race.
Another good push off of Hemrick.
He went, stole some guys from, I believe it was in the Forerunner to ARCA, if not it was ARCA, and they ran the race. Brickhouse was the winner, and even then there was controversy about whether or not Brickhouse had actually won the race. And we're getting dicey early here. I mean, four laps into the race to be running through 3 wide.
You're going to run the car lower. You're going to run the shocks more aggressive. You want all the speed that you can get out of the car and still be able to drive it. And you see
Harvick's trying to say it is more about speed here than it is handling.
Really well down the front straightaway right there, and that's really what we saw out of these Toyotas at Daytona, Clint. When they dropped the green flag, they were able to push really well.
How about this 3 wide race?
People trying to get lined up what it is.
So 2 Fords at the front on the inside, a Ford and Chevy in the middle, 2 Toyotas at the front in the outside lane.
Make sure these pushes are straight on them bumpers. You see them kind of off to the side a little bit. When you push on those cars, you have to be lined up. Be straight, hit him square. Blocks. It comes down to blocks, Kevin. An untimely block will wipe this whole field out.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're 3x3.
Truex might get the lead here.
Right here, and as we come through the trioval right here, you see
He's
that
going to have momentum through the corner,
really
or through the trioval.
It's hard to stay attached to the cars in front of you, so you can push in these straight lines right here. And when you're getting really aggressive, you can push through.
I was watching another stream.
But you got to be careful
yesterday.
As we head down this backstretch, because when we get to the end of the
and I almost pretty much was going to say that.
So you got to kind of bleed off that push going into
you can watch. You can watch in the pack. You can see where the run comes. You can see where the momentum comes by watching how the cars accordion back and forth to each other.
For Truex, just like I was saying earlier, now he comes down to the middle. That's exactly, Kevin, what he wanted to do. But back to bragging on these guys. Already 6 laps.
So you can sit there. You can actually watch the pack. You can see where the momentum is.
Now this is very orderly for Talladega.
Honestly, that's what TJ Majors I think was really good at doing that. From what I heard with the radio with him, is saying where those runs were coming from.
You know what? We need to be careful out here.
Well, they thought about it for a pretty short amount of time, Mike, because now they have forgotten. The only thing that they see right now is Bubba Wallace pushing Martin.
Oh, they'll get single file, Jacqueline. It's just right now they're still trying to sort this out.
Have to get more aggressive, and I think Chase Elliott said it in his interview that we had this week.
And they're coming up top. I see the outside. Here comes the outside again.
Because if you don't,
pushed by Chastain. They go to the front.
Another huge push. Chastain, Hemrick to the lead, to the point, pushed him hard, locked those bumpers down the back straightaway.
Hey, look at that number 1 where
that is Hocevar behind
started 30
Joy. I was trying to see if that was his teammate behind him, but I couldn't see. Or is that the 78? Is that McLeod? I think that is McLeod. Yeah, that is McLeod behind LaJoy.
Hemrick under
Good BJ.
McDowell on the bottom with Todd Gilliland. His wingman.
I'm telling you.
or should we say bumper man, right in his wake.
Again, I don't normally like to make the equivalency between the real series and iRacing, but that's where the real series is like iRacing, and where the preferred line, I think, honestly, is the outside line. If you get enough cars on that outside line is the quickest lane.
That's exactly right.
That's where all the momentum seems to come from.
And McDowell down on the bottom front.
I mean, we've seen it already. We've seen the lead taken from the outside twice.
The pole, as we noted, and you can't lose that track position. So they're going to try to hold strong on these guys. But the flip side of that, Hemrick, Chastain, see where they move down, right down to the bottom line where they can ride. Larry?
Yeah, this is our Verizon race strategy, and you guys touched about it before the green flag. You have to have partners when making a green flag pit stop, whether that's drivers within your organization, drivers within your manufacturer. Every trip to pit road, regardless of what
hoping What
tires
If
you
joins
change,
me again.
make sure that car is packed
I made the
full of
reference
fuel.
of his
Other
live
than
stream the
maybe
other
at the
day
stage
that,
is
oh yeah, I've taken over his
two
mantle because I'm wearing the hat
only
now, but I like
are
wearing
the
this
best
hat.
options for you.
Thanks, Larry. 9 laps complete.
Thank you, yo dog.
McDowell has led 3. Hemrick and Cindric 2 apiece.
Appreciate the
and
prime
Truex
sub.
has led a lap. BJ McLeod leading that outside lane from the
Talladega,
back of
the
field,
great
spot his way to
equalizer.
the front in Talladega.
Actually, why I have a break.
You must be Isaac. Come on in. Here's my pride and joy.
Beautiful stair renovation, sir.
And they're covered with your home and auto bundle with Progressive, so you get round-the-clock protection.
So is Gabby coming down? Oh, she said she'll meet you at the prom.
Here's one thing we can all agree on. Having more choices beats having less choices. That's why we make a range of Ford F-150 pickups for any job. Whether that job is getting heavy things where they need to go, powering things on the go, or going from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Should go play
Toby, why aren't
iRacing,
you moving
meet.
your Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for
iRacing, the only
last.
platform where you can
All
run
the best
Formula One
part. It's got
cars,
the perfect amount of cinnamon all throughout. It's got the
or
really
Indy cars,
frosting dialed on
and next
every
gen
piece.
cars
Toby,
on the same track at
Eat your
once.
breakfast.
Catherine, how's that helping? It's all the best part.
All right.
The best part of
I'm not going to make this a
Cinnabon
channel
pull
point
apart
prediction because it's going to be
is
too
all
hard to
ours.
predict.
Now make them a part of your next.
This is more or less one I'm going to... God damn it. Is there... Actually, no, let me say this. I more or less asked chat.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our
Give me a
comms
prediction.
have to work.
What lap do you think the big one
That's why we
happens
partner
on?
with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly
And what lap do you
prioritizes
think the
first
winning
responders.
So
pass
we
is
don't worry
going to
about
be
getting
on?
through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
I know. Two things that are kind of difficult to predict here.
Verizon Frontline delivers.
The
You
number
know what's
one
going to happen at
choice in
some
public
point,
safety.
but
Learn more. It's your mission. It's
give me
your
both.
Verizon.
Give me what lap you think the big one happens on,
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored
and what lap
by
you think the winning
Progressive
pass is going
Insurance.
to
Save
happen
when you
on.
bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Credit
And also,
One
if you
Bank.
think it's going to be an overtime thing, specify, oh, it happens in overtime.
Daniel Hemrick in front here at Talladega. Now, Kyle
And also
Larson
specify
has
which one you're saying
served
for which, although I can kind of tell what you
penalty
guys
on
are saying,
lap
but...
one. The pack has caught him now. After
See,
12
and Larson
laps,
is now
it's
is a
going
lap
lap
down.
However,
I knew he was going to go a
he's
lap
the only
down
car
because
in lap down, a
of
lap down, or
the way the
in
pack
danger
was,
of
so I knew he was
going
going to go lap down.
So the next time the caution comes out, he should be the free pass.
Yeah, what do you think right here, Clint? You think stay up in the middle of that pack or get in that single file lane back there?
I think you have to go where you can ride and try to save my crew chief some fuel. That's what the strategy is right now.
And just kind of make mental note of
where
what you said, and we'll see which one actually ends up. I'm not going to make it a channel point because it's too hard to come up with an option for it.
This track position because of the fact that some of these guys.
Yeah, he had to do a pass through at the start at the
Here's
green,
Chase
John.
Elliott's radio. He is running 28.
I just want to make sure that, Trey, you know that that's the 2 and the yellow up front there. 12's a different color.
Understood, copy.
Yeah, and what he's talking about is Austin Cindric's in the Menards yellow this week, and there's two SHR cars that look identical, so kind of a spotter's tough decision as to who's driving what car. But Chase wanted to make sure he knew.
If nobody else was lapped down, Larson will get at the stage end.
His
So
success here to make sure they differentiate who they are.
not too concerned about Larson. This is probably one of the few tracks you could probably lose a lap and be okay about losing a lap. You never want to lose a lap, but if you're going to lose a lap, this is probably one of the few tracks you're probably okay with losing a lap.
That's right. They say clear or near.
Yeah, right. Chase Briscoe trying to become the 6th different leader of this race.
So the thing about it is Larson's actually never won a super speedway race.
Before the race started, we visited with Brad Keselowski's team number 6 for their pre-race meeting.
All right, boys, we'll get started here. Obviously, good work last week.
Yes, there has been.
Continue to never stop.
Most recent one was the fall race 02.
I call it 40 laps, maybe a few more.
Was the most recent
just make sure we're aware.
caution-free Talladega race.
Everybody's aware of what we need to do. We know we have everything we need here to put it together. Let's just keep executing. Let's go have some fun.
Fall race in 02 was the most recent one. Now the 2001 spring race, which is what Hamill's referencing, was caution-free as well.
Of their pit, pits 1 and 2.
But the most recent one was the 02 fall race.
Before the race, I know a lot of people understand.
That's the same race for those that know their NASCAR history that Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin had to tangle before the green flag.
The crew chief leading the engineers doing their job and communicating with the drivers.
Now, in your case,
communication
PRK, you have never seen.
The guy that has to navigate.
You've never seen
all those pieces together.
In all those different areas.
You haven't seen a caution-free Talladega race.
Like right now, Justin Haley going for the lead on Chase Briscoe. Haley in the 51.
Nope.
Taking
Ford is yet to take a checkered flag this year. I thought the same thing, Trish, and I thought that Custer had won a race in the Xfinity Series already this year, but
somebody right on your bumper as Briscoe.
No Ford has won in NASCAR this year yet. After sweeping the titles last year.
Kyle Larson, when he had to serve his penalty, he was
but if there's one track that I think they have a good shot at winning at, it's here.
Well, again, you're seeing this because a lot of these teams, these drivers are electing to try to, save some fuel in these stages and set themselves up for the end, right? It's all about being in the position.
Not even trucks for
Xfinity.
They had a chance yesterday.
Like Haley, I want to go out and put this baby on the point and lead this race for my sponsors and my team.
6 different leaders so far at the start-finish line.
But Riley Herbst decided he wanted to try to win the race himself.
And Kevin, you've convinced me. 38 drivers here. There's 38 potential leaders, at least, if not winners.
Yeah, I realized that you might have been questioning B.J. McLeod and where he started and everything that he had.
It's not that Ford hasn't had good runs. I mean, you look at Ryan, you look at Blaney, you look at my boy.
Yeah.
It's not that they haven't had good runs this year. It's just they have yet to.
Laps complete.
They've yet to get it.
Out front. The Allman Brothers, Southern Rock became the signature sound of the Talladega infield, led by the dual guitar sounds of Dickie Betts and Dwayne Allman. Betts, a founding band member, passed away Thursday. The Ramblin' Man, Dickie Betts, was 80.
Props to Fox
it's your anniversary today.
Not often you hear them make.
A fact you remembered 127
not often that they make that.
Home. You
make
could
a note
have
like
arrived
that, so.
empty-handed. But you exist in a world where it's easy to get flowers this fresh. Your door to better relationships. DoorDash.
This summer, a family trivia competition. Where brains and balls collide.
She just didn't have. Everybody left her. I mean, John, I was sitting there watching the race with those in that one stream. Everybody dumped her. They went to the bottom.
Television's ballsiest quiz show.
Why are they risking
The first opportunity she had for help was
The Quiz with Balls.
when it was Herbst, and Herbst, as soon as he got to her, just left her.
On Fox.
Nobody would run with her.
Fox 5's Kenneth Moten. He's letting the truth be known.
Not to mention, they didn't even take a shot at... There was one guy that didn't even take a shot at Love, even though he had the run. I think it was the 42.
30 p.m. and 11 p.m. Fox 5, stay ahead.
Had such a good run on him, and he didn't take a shot at him. Instead, stayed behind him and pushed him.
The big-hearted, the bold, those driven by purpose. We, volunteers, partners.
It's hard to say. PRK, if you're asking my opinion, it's too early to say. I mean, this is just her first year in Xfinity. Danica actually started to get good in her second year of Xfinity, but then was jumped to Cup too quick.
Join us.
So... Also, I mean, I pretty much would take Love over Hill anyway. So, but I give RCR credit though. That's two races on the super speedway style racing, counting Atlanta, where they had one of their cars stretch the fuel beyond where people thought they would. So, I give them props. You know. They've definitely figured out something when it comes to getting max fuel mileage out of the car on these style tracks.
Two historic Fords thrilled the fans in pre-race by taking a couple of laps.
Cool.
The number 88 is the Ford Credit Ford Taurus that Dale Jarrett drove to the championship in 1999, piloted by Doug Yates. The 28, Bill Ryan, America's premier restorer of vintage stock cars, drove the Texaco Haviland Thunderbird that Davey Allison won with at Dover in his rookie season, 1987. And the crowd went wild.
The only problem with that is the car that the Davey Allison retro scheme on, that was a 97 era Ford. That was not a 1987 era Ford.
Well, yeah.
You can tell by looking at the body, it was a different body. Because they must have changed the body on it.
They were awesome. That was the coolest thing I got to do all weekend. That Davey Allison car means so much to me. As a little boy, I built that as a model. I love that gold chrome on that car. But the horsepower in Dale Jarrett's car, my gosh, Kevin, that thing would run.
Well, I think you forget that you were in the 900s as far as horsepower. So those cars definitely ran.
Robert Yates would have turned 81 this week.
Miss that man. Such a cool dude.
22 complete. Haley out in front of Hemrick on the bottom, pulling them around Talladega.
I'm actually shocked they've been able to stay, that they're staying 3 wide. Again, we're a third of the way through this first stage, 23 laps into the race,
and really every racetrack,
and they're 3 wide still. It's like I feel like I'm watching running in an iRacing race here.
Always trying to just kind of get into the fuel saving kind of comes even more.
Calm it down.
I don't mind it. I think it's kind of
right in that junk, 14 cars before lap 50.
It's in full effect right now, and until something big changes, I don't see it changing.
The good old days, until you actually go back and rewatch certain races. People like to look at things with rose-tinted glasses, because if you actually watch some of those races back in the day, some of those races were snooze fests.
Has been pretty
they weren't as good as people make it. Yeah, they had their great races. Don't get me wrong.
What these drivers do. I mean, positioning yourself.
Don't get me wrong. We've had some great races in the past, but
that's how you optimize it, Kevin.
You got to forget we did have stinkers too.
You have to put yourself in a position, and
you take the good with the bad, or you take the bad with the good. Excuse me.
You pretty much have to hold it wide open when you're leading these lines.
Well, you say that, and some of that is being able to lift. You see BJ being able to get right to his bumper. You can let him push you, and if BJ's getting a push from behind like he was right there,
exactly.
Martin can actually stay off the throttle and let those guys actually make the speed.
That's kind of my point, Bumble.
So it's a balance between how much you lift, how much you want to control the race, and so there's a lot of things happening at the front of the field, being able to try to save fuel and try to maintain your.
Now again, that's going to be that's basically the history of the sport, and I got to reload the app again because it just shut down again. No concern, it's done this before. But all the complaints are about the races and what's going to make good races.
The data, the resources, the
Not
information on
whether the
fuel
car
saving
drives
that
right.
These bigger teams around us have. He said, sure,
You know,
this is an opportunity.
it doesn't
race,
matter.
but
It's
there's a lot
it's
of
the
educated
it's the
guessing
races
going
people
on.
talk
When it
about. Oh,
comes
well,
to
this is a good race.
I'm
This is a
gonna have
bad
to watch
race.
for hands coming out of the windows. I don't have the information when the other Fords are going to pit. Josh.
When you talk about opportunity races, that is the case for Daniel Hemrick in the 31. They've shown they have a strong car. For Hemrick, his best career finish in the Cup Series was 5th here in 2019. Well, he's led 7 laps today. He was in front. The team told him, hey, you showed you can lead the line here. Now we need to save fuel. I need you to get to 80% so that we can save fuel. I don't mind you dropping back and hanging in line.
.25 complete, and still 3 lanes at nearly 190 miles an hour. Martin Truex back to the front.
Toyota Racing is looking for iron stomachs that can stand the pressure. This season, we want you.
Problem
Join
is,
us at Toyota
people
Racing.
have selective memories.
Toyota Racing,
And you're not going
is
to convince
looking
me
for quick
otherwise
draw
on that
thumbs.
one. People have
Leave
selective
their own
memories.
smooth trail.
They like to remember the good,
This season, we want you.
but they tend to not remember the
Join us at
bad.
Toyota Racing.
I told
So-
myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is
I mean, let's talk
Rinvoq is a once-daily
Super
pill
Speedway
that
racing,
can
too.
rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness,
Did we
and
forget how
swelling,
bad the
RA and PSA,
2500
relieve
was?
fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA,
I mean, that was a
can leave
900
skin clear
horsepower.
or almost clear.
That was full
Can
horsepower
lower your
race
ability
cars.
to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur.
I mean, you had
50 and
races
older
back
with
in
a
the
heart
day
disease
where,
risk factor have an
especially
increased
at
risk
North
of death.
Wilkesboro, which
Serious
came
allergic
back.
reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become
know?
pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
I like how everybody looks
Advil
fondly
can
back on
help you save.
2014.
If it's been over
But I
12
remember
months, then it's
people
time to give
bitching
your
about the
cabin air
Richmond
filter a
race.
refresh. Napa
The
and
last
Aero
race
Shield
before the
cabin air
chase
filters
that
keep
year.
your HVAC running smooth, filtering pollen, dust, mold, and more. Available now at Napa Auto Care and Auto Parts
So, I
locations
mean-
nationwide.
At Not Howie says Taco Bell only really hits after midnight, which is why I'm going to use the Cantina chicken menu to help him see the Taco Bell light. It hits. Hi. Are you at Not Howie? Food hits, right?
The Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco isn't just for late night.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying 2014 didn't have its moments. It's just to sit there and say it's underrated. I think is kind of quick on the gun to call it underrated. 2014 also had moments that everybody tends to remember. Obviously, Gordon and Keselowski at Texas, Keselowski's 3-wide move at Chicagoland, Larson's rookie season,
You think cowboys and cowgirls, you think
the Auto Club finish.
$2 beers. Because it's payday.
But at the same time,
Work and all the people who do those things that make the world work. And
2014 for me was good, but I wouldn't say it's as good as people make it out to be.
Boots. When you're thinking boots, you're thinking Harriet.
Oh my, then you haven't been watching that very long, Johnny. You have not been watching that very long. You have not watched enough stinkers to say that.
29 laps, field in turn 2 as you watch our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering the race from green.
The old generation car had
every
its
mile in
stinkers.
between. Goodyear, more driven.
Easily had its
Martin
stinkers.
Truex out front, Ryan Blaney out back, and they're 3 wide all the way back. Regan?
Well, Mike, you see the 19 to Martin Truex Jr. leading that top line right now, as you just mentioned. Interesting conversation with crew chief James Small. He said after Daytona, they went to work on a few things between Daytona and Atlanta earlier this year that they thought would help when we got to Talladega, but wouldn't be sure.
Well, the fact you've been with since the 90s and can still say that it's the worst, then you weren't watching enough races. Because even there's some races in the 90s that were stinkers, too. So...
Well, Mike, you set it up at the top of the show. Fuel window 42.
Oh, you forget the shit show that was the very first Texas race?
And the Toyotas and Chevys, they normally come first. The Fords are notorious for running a little longer, trying to stay organized and lay down good lap times. I would say, based on last year's race, somewhere in the next 6 to 8 laps, we'll be seeing them hit pit road.
Well, that's where you really position yourself for the end of this stage to try to outrun the other manufacturers and sitting in a lot of these.
Again, I'm not saying that we haven't had our bad races in the current car. That's true. But to sit there and say, "Oh no, it's the worst one we've seen," no, you haven't been watching long enough.
Actually, just commit and run with a different group.
You're looking at it with rose-tinted eyes.
Get situated with your group and that bottom line. You cannot. You see Truex on the outside of 3 wide right here. There's no way you're just going to cut across traffic and hit pit road. So you'll start to see these teams, these organizations.
First of all, Martin didn't win the very first Texas race. That was Jeff Burton.
At a minimum, how many
Martin won the
cars
next
do you
year in
need to hit
'98.
with to come out and be able to establish a draft and not lose time?
Well, you can't have too few and you can't have too many. I think too many can really get yourself in trouble, Kevin.
Well, what happens when you get too many, as you see the Gibbs cars get organized? I thought they were going to get organized.
I'm just tired of
moving down to the middle lane, but you see
I'm not
Toyotas lined up right there in a row.
saying you can't have your own opinion on things.
Really,
go ahead. That's the whole point of why I do half of what I do here.
Keep an equal distance and.
But I like to throw it out there to make you think more about it, because half the complaints I see is, oh, it wasn't as good as it used to be. Well, do you remember what it was like?
It's just the gap in between cars, and you want to keep that as
because not everything was sunshine and rainbows. You got to keep that in mind.
Efficiency of the pit stop, right? When you pull off the racetrack, when you pull back on and then merge back.
Looks like they're getting ready for pit stops here.
If you have too many and it accordions, or you get held up getting into your box and you don't get established when you're leaving, that's what's more important. When they leave pit road, you have to be established and connected to get the most efficient.
See, we got our Atlanta winner up there.
Pit stop scenario.
99.
Martin Truex leading from the middle lane. B.J. McLeod first up on the outside. Both of McLeod's Cup top 10s came at Daytona. 32 laps complete. We'll take you Fox side by side.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the
Not
line of gas.
the first time we've seen it.
Brought my +1. Jamie.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins?
Well, to be fair, the reason I didn't mention that one, Joseph, is that was
a little bit of last lap magic.
That was
what about
COT.
That runs in the family?
I didn't want to say that because if I say that one, that's not a good point to make when we're making points prior to the COT.
Maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built.
Well, don't knock ARCA.
One lap at a time.
You know, ARCA was
back on track with Deal of the Race.
ARCA was
During
awesome.
this year's Craftsman Truck Series, we're giving race fans
Alright,
rockin'
I'll do it
deals
for
on
you.
tools to power through projects. Because teams and fans alike trust Craftsman to get the job done right.
Curb appeal begins with Craftsman.
It's got power that'll blow you away.
This makes yard work a breeze.
Scan now for the current Deal of the Race. From outdoor care to home and auto
Well, we'll
repair.
see.
Do
I
it
mean,
fast. Do it proud.
Do it.
The
The baddest superstars on
I don't know. I'll have to see.
unleashed in prime time. Listen to this place. All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Yeah, it's true. Like I said, everybody's gonna have the year they rep because it was either the year that got them into the sport or it was what they grew up watching.
The NASCAR Craftsman.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, you're
Cold and smooth survival skills.
you're dumb for
Be ready to signal rescue.
liking this particular season. And everybody has their gateway year, the one that got them into it, you know.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
But I'll say it's worth.
We believe.
It's worth going back
drill, goal line stands,
and watching the season that got you into the sport.
Whatever this guy's doing, we believe in speed and power.
Because to actually go back and look at it again now years later and say, yeah, I love this, but to see that there was, to look at the negatives at the same time and say, oh well, okay, hang on, maybe it might not have been as good, but hey, it's still a season that got me into it.
36
you know?
laps complete. Here's your Xfinity fastest lap. Daniel Suarez currently 7th.
No, I'm not touching IndyCar.
That was back at lap 7. Chase Briscoe at lap 7. Most everybody else lap 12 to 14 were their fastest laps.
The only Indy race I plan on watching this year is the 500, and that's about it.
Radio interference issues. Wallace's was pretty severe.
Not at all what you want. You need to hear that spotter. This is not the place to have
kind of my point, Hamill.
A lot of people here, a lot of scenarios. These cars being 3 wide all the way through the field, very close together. Larry, what do you got?
Yeah, it never fails on the first set of green flag pit stops here at Talladega. We see drivers get in trouble. Last year when the Toyotas came, Tyler Reddick spun getting on the pit road. When the Fords came, Chase Briscoe spun. And Kevin, I think you had a bird's eye view of that one.
Yeah, I did. And when all that happens, you haven't been able to practice getting on pit road and do the things that you're used to doing to be able to have good markers. You have them in your notes, but you don't get to practice them until you make this first pit stop under green.
All right, 38 laps complete this time.
See when they make the decision to.
Let's check with our pit reporters and see what we expect on this first stop of the day. Regan.
Well, Mike, certainly a lot of different things happening in the cars for each of the drivers. Zane Smith, who's running in 7th place right now, having a strong performance. A little concerned about his car through the corners. The seams are actually affecting his race car. The seams where the asphalt meshes together, he's getting loose over that, so wants to have a little help with that. Josh?
Well, how about BJ McLeod in the 78 running in the top 5 right now? The biggest thing the team keeps telling him, work with the guys, make friends out there. We're going to need them for later on in the race. His biggest concern with that car right now, just a little bit free, but a strong run so far for BJ McLeod, Jamie.
And another strong run so far for the 14 and Chase Briscoe. Started 26th, wasted no time getting up to the front, has already led
both
a
chases.
couple of laps. Now, Richard Boswell, his crew chief, he told me today we have 14 Fords in the field. That's too many.
You have Chase, and Chase. They could change per lap. The Chase will change. The Chase, and Chase will chase. I'm getting tongue-tied now.
Well, that's pretty normal that they'll split into groups, and it'll be how you get positioned or where you're running on the
Chase, and Chase, and the Chase.
You try to do it as efficiently as possible. This is all about time.
Up front is where BJ McLeod is, independent driver from Florida. Had a charter last year, was guaranteed in every race. He and his partners sold that charter to another team. So he's running a limited schedule as an independent, and today, unsponsored. Loves to race.
He's in the wall.
He's in the wall, guys. Got a good push.
You got a good push from Elliott. Got him sideways.
Got him loose, Kevin, or what? But
well, there went that.
Comes off turn 4, drops to the apron.
Fuel pressure, no fuel pressure.
And he will pit.
There it is.
Oh, he's out of gas, it sounds like.
Man.
Run out of gas.
Sounds like it bumbled.
Situation for BJ.
He's been up there on that outside like we were talking about, using more throttle. Doesn't have all that fuel data that these other teams have at their expense, and run her out of gas.
So McLeod makes it to pit road. Truex continues to lead. Here's where it happened. Bottom of your screen.
Probably burped and then Elliott. They burped and then Elliott just lightly got him from behind.
Throttle percentage you use, and now you see why it's so important. You don't want to be the guy that runs out of gas.
He did a good job of getting up out of the way as fast as he possibly could.
Yeah.
That was close with Chase Elliott.
If that's the case, I would not be surprised to see these guys get ready to go here
sharp move by
for pit road. I mean. Yep. I was gonna say I saw a couple of the Fords lining up there.
2 drivers peel off. Chase Briscoe.
I think seeing that guy running out of gas has got a lot of these guys. Hey, maybe we just play it safe and pit now.
Justin Haley with him.
And I think that really is probably dictated by the crew chief and the engineers in the war room or up on the pit box by how much throttle they've been using throughout the run and trying to predict what lap that is.
And Briscoe, to your point,
So if they add more horsepower and it's boring, Johnny, then what do they do?
To get track position.
Because you know that's going to happen. I can tell you what's going to happen. If they did that, people would still bitch and moan about it because that's what they do.
Briscoe had led 2 laps.
It's the same thing every year when it comes to the sport. You can literally say, oh, NASCAR needs to do this, NASCAR needs to do this. NASCAR does it, and they still complain about it. So
at lap 1 of the race, and Anthony Alfredo, the Beard Motorsports car, in second.
It's almost as if that's something that's been going on for years in this sport.
Truex, you saw it, or no, excuse me, that's Austin Dillon back there.
Chevrolet is to pit road this time. 7 of them.
But anyway, pit stops.
Just a fuel-only stop.
Shouldn't see any tires changes here.
Blows the strategy.
That's kind of my point, Bumble.
You see BJ up on the outside of the racetrack right there, blending back in with the pack after he had to make his pit stop. Most of these guys are, well, they're all going to have to pit.
Yeah, that's right.
Zane Smith and Daniel Suarez.
A couple more coming.
Too fast entering. The speeding police got him.
Oh, Hamlin!
Denny Hamlin.
Is that going to bring the yellow out, though?
Yeah, bring it on over.
Now you're probably going to have to put tires on that thing.
Got her going.
Now we are still green with 7 of the Toyotas pitting.
The Hamlin's not the only one that's done that here and actually gone on to win the race.
Not being able to practice that. I mean, that's so hard.
Laney did it 2019. He spun a pit entry on Sunday and won the race the next day.
But it's hard to judge the distance.
Yeah, and we saw some shots yesterday.
So,
it's dirty down there. Denny was lower than everybody else, and you saw him start to slide and the back start to get out from underneath him. But
you can spin and win here.
Work out for Denny Hamlin.
Here comes the good chunk of the pack. And watch coming to pit entry. Larson's tail end of the lead lap at the moment. Elliott is the leader. Or was the leader of this group, I should say.
Yeah, very interesting to see this pack all mixed up with different manufacturers.
What you're going to see up here in the top on your track map is we're going to put all day long the car that leads that group off of the pit road. You're going to put up there as a bug on that track map, and the next conversation will be when they merge together. That's the important part.
There's a little teammate give and take there with Chase and Kyle, knowing that Kyle's tail in the lead lap.
Efficiency. You see how some of them are bunched up and together.
Elliott has kept the 5 in front of him.
You're going to have to back up if you're too far ahead, widen out. You have to work together there.
Here comes
Huge
the rest
run
of the
on
group.
Inside by Logano. Very aggressive.
Shane Van Gisbergen leads them to pit road. Josh Berry on the outside, Logano on the inside to the very first pit stall.
Well, he got kind of stopped early in that stall, too.
And you see right here, just like Clint is talking about, they're spread out. You've got cars back there in a group, and
we have about
I don't know how
15 to go here in the stage.
Most likely, one group caught the other group, or somebody swerved up in front of them to try to break that pack's momentum up.
So 8 cars leaving pit road together.
Now those cars are the leaders. The cars leaving pit road.
Pretty close to one another.
They lead the race at the moment, but they're going to get sawed up by this next group that's coming.
This is the merge that we were talking about. Not even going to be close, Kevin.
No, you see the 5 of Kyle Larson and.
See, the only thing that worries me is this gap between the top 4 and then the 2 of Cindric. There's a nice sized gap between them.
And this is that chess match. Which one of these scenarios is going to work the best?
Gap closed a little bit there.
Daniel Suarez makes his penalty drive down pit road, and Chase Briscoe is in for tires. 45 laps complete.
Not all Caitlin Clarks are the same.
Caitlin Clark, city planner.
Just like not all internet providers are the same. Don't settle. Get real deal speed.
Oh yeah, obviously I was leading currently.
With Xfinity.
Let's see.
Shoots from here? That's kind of my thing.
Get the real deal with Xfinity Internet today.
Okay.
Fast speeds and
all right.
reliable connection to all your
I guess we're gonna do that again.
Even when everyone is online.
I was born with wings, but psoriasis clipped them. Until I got clear skin with Bimzelx. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen.
Pit road speed limit got introduced because of bilious tire changer being
Start to get
killed.
yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your
By a car that
dermatologist
spun
about
out from the
Bimzelx
pit road.
today.
It was Atlanta.
Your
The
local
old
Ace
Atlanta.
is the largest national retailer of steel power tools. Gas or battery, you won't find this full line.
Year I was born, 1990.
You can find it at Ace. Order online and get free pickup or free.
I forget his name. Somebody will probably tell me the name in comments, but it was 1990 at the
Men
old
tell
Atlanta.
us when they use
What's up,
Just for
Shadow?
Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get.
Probably
when
the
you
two
look and
best
feel your
things that the
best.
sport
And
did
that's why more
were
men
pit road
choose
speed
Just for Men.
limit and the helmets for the pit crew guys.
Give me that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy, mouth watering. Give me that creamy, dreamy, meaty, topping, chunky popping. Give me that crispy, Kobe, Papa John's. Better get you some. Try the trio before it's gone.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know, I've been
Well,
telling
the
everyone.
Hans device had been around, Fingram. In fact, it was actually in limited use
Only
in
paid for what you need.
2001. It became mandatory in 2001.
The Vanderkoys control the city.
In my case, the other two had not been in place until
Make them pay for what they have done. Boy Kills World, rated R.
Every Saturday, your game is on Fox. Because here is where it happens.
no.
Saturday on Fox.
No, I will.
Supersonic.
The yellow line rule has created so much controversy in these races over the years. I cannot add that to that list. Not one bit.
We've come a long way together. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way. But there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear.
They've had 23 years to enforce it the right way, and they've never done it once.
49 laps complete at Talladega. Saturday on Fox, the United.
So what point is the use of keeping the rule if you're not going to enforce it the way it's supposed to be
Birmingham
enforced?
battles Houston, or you'll see San Antonio take on Arlington Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check your local listings.
Again, that's just my opinion. Everybody has their own opinions. Trust me. Don't get me wrong. Everybody's got their own opinion. But
taking in the NASCAR Cup action.
oh, we're double file. I'm telling you. Yep.
You ever heard of him, Larry?
I do hear double file because I knew those Fords were lined up there. I could see Cindric up the second. I was like, here come the Fords.
All right, Austin Cindric out front of Chase Elliott. Let's go back and revisit.
Keep in mind, Kyle Larson is tail end of the lead lap.
Denny Hamlin.
So he is not the leader.
Well, Mike, as Denny Hamlin got onto pit road and then ultimately got to his pit box, he told the team after that spin, and you see him coming in right here, he hit water. He felt like as he was coming in, a little bit lower on the track.
Brennan was not so much the yellow line rule. Brennan was robbed because of
Chase Briscoe pitted for a second
yellow.
time. What happened? He thought
Same
he
way
may have
that I
slid
think
his
Casey was
tires
kind of
on the
robbed in
first stop.
2013 as
Said he had a
well.
bad vibration, so
It's
they
more or
came
less
in.
them
This is
throwing the
right
yellow
front.
when they did
There's a little bit of cording on the inside,
from the end of
but
the
otherwise
race.
they look pretty good, but he got 4 new ones just in case.
Yes. Burton's not a member of the poll. If Burton wins the stage, it still counts as other, because that's the Wood brothers.
For sure, as soon as Denny crossed into that little.
Yes, they have the affiliation with Penske, but it's still the Wood brothers.
Yeah, and to go back to Briscoe's
So
tire,
Burton would
that
not.
tire looks
Burton
like
would
it's
count as
actually
other,
used
not as
for
Penske.
Yeah, from camber or where, or, you know.
Yeah.
When we have
October. That was the fall race in 08.
Whatever that's from, it might get a little bit better as the rubber goes down on the racetrack, but they'll have to keep an eye on that if they have too much camber in the tire.
Heavy rains here last night. There's still a few weepers at the
I get real racy here too. I mean, we got 8 to go in the stage.
9 to go in stage 1.
You got some teammates together here. You got the 300 cars on the bottom again. Larson tailing the lead lap. You got the 2 Penske cars, the 2 and the 12, are also there as teammates.
We've been caution free in Talladega, and we'll take you Fox side by side.
Toby, why aren't you eating
Jessica.
your Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all
I also
the
have
best
Kit going
part.
at the same time,
Perfect
so
amount
let
of
me do
cinnamon all
this.
throughout.
If
It's got the ooey gooey frosting.
this goes away,
So,
I'll have
Toby,
people save this
eat your
link.
Catherine, how's that helping? It's all the best part.
Add that link to your
The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon
bookmarks,
is all the parts. Now make them a
just in
part of your next
case.
breakfast.
I'm just
And then,
playing
let
it
me
just in
ask you,
case
you're using Head and
because
Shoulders, right?
Only when I
just
see
in case we
flakes.
lose
Then I
it
switch
here.
back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Doubt we're gonna have any
Tiny Troy.
problem,
The
but
ingredients in Head and Shoulders keep the
I'd
microbes
rather-
that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
I'd
They're
rather
always
make
on your
sure
scalp.
that we're
Little
ready.
rascals. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
No offense, Get Wrecked, but maybe you need to jump out of here. Maybe you're the good luck, maybe you're the curse.
Make every wash count.
Cursed!
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 To become a legend.
I'm only joking when I say
Generations
that.
of victory. Motor oil in your veins. Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic. What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory. Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Fox Wednesday turns the beat around on Girl Group Night. And the final wild card.
This might be Sean Astin.
Derek Hoff. Guys, I might fancy the seal.
Hi, honey.
Is that my husband in there? Taika Waititi? Yeah.
We can make out now.
The Masked Singer, all new Wednesday
Come on, baby. Come on.
on Fox.
Alright, fire to go.
And Doug.
Hello, Ghostbusters. It's
We're gonna
Doug.
get dicey up
I'm
here.
Doug and Limu. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Anyway, we got a bit of a situation here.
The other thing to keep in mind here is Larson too.
Sure, I can help. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ghostbusters, Frozen
Yeah, but Zane was going a lap down.
All the parts you need at the
Cindric
prices
over
you
Burton at the moment.
guaranteed to fit every time.
High lane
So
rolling.
you can keep your ride or die alive.
Larson is trying to also, because if he stays on the tail end of the lead lap versus Lucky Dog, tail end of the lead lap means he lines up with the lead lap cars. If he is the Lucky Dog,
Back to those green flag stops. I mean,
he
this is who did it best. You see a lot of those cars moving up.
if he's a Lucky Dog, then
Second, he was eighth before.
he starts at the back of the
You
field.
see those three Hendrick cars on the bottom.
So
It's Chevrolet. Ford
he's going to
battle,
race
Ford
hard to
cars
try
on
to
the
stay
outside,
on the
Chevy
lead
bottom.
lap here.
Coming to 4 to go at this stage, and it's going to start getting wild here.
Well, now we're going to really see who's got what.
Jones.
This is where you're going to learn the most about your car. Who
Jones.
Can push, who can get pushed, who's willing to take chances, and you got to do everything.
Out of those
that you
ones
can
you
do
listed,
to score as
Shadow
many stage points
Jones.
as possible.
Jones is the one I would
no
take
more
out.
fuel mileage talks, none of that. You go out here, get this thing in
I know he
position.
has a
More importantly,
win
get it,
at
like I said,
Daytona
these Hendrick cars on the bottom.
back in 2018 for Gibbs, but not necessarily the best on these kind of tracks.
Teammates right behind him. They're going to work together, try to keep those three Hendrick cars up front.
Blaney in that blue number 12, really interesting, and I enjoyed his commentary yesterday on FS1 in the Xfinity race. Looking forward to what we were going to see today. Blaney spent the whole first run to the pit stop as the last car on the lead lap. Look at him now.
Yeah, and he's in the right company. You got those Ford Mustangs lined up on the outside.
Watch that outside too, the third lane.
Martin Truex radio.
It's Jones up there now. Gregson going to jump up there.
Use a different lane, fall back like an idiot. Just depend. Give up all track position. So stupid.
We were supposed to come a lap earlier. Our radio suck right now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and that's not good. When you're having radio problems here at Talladega, this is the
Yes.
worst.
If
place
Larson
here
is the
at Daytona
first one to the
because
line,
you
he'll be
depend
tail
on
under
that
the lead
car so
lap.
much.
So he'll be able to come up and line up right behind the lead lap cars. But if he ends up the Lucky Dog, he's going to have to start all the way at the back of the pack.
Truex is now the last car in the lead draft.
So that's why it's important to watch that race and see where Larson is here at the end of this stage.
Outside lane.
Daniel Suarez on pit road for tires under green. This will be costly.
Yep. Yeah, Suarez.
Yeah, and that's Zane Smith coming off of pit road. He was just on pit road as well, I believe.
Smith already 2 laps down. Lap and a half to go, stage 1.
Well, it's going to start to get.
We'll see. Right now, Cindric is in the position.
It sure is.
But we know how these things can get dicey. We'll come to the last lap of the stage.
Who's going to get greedy? Who's going to get aggressive on that outside? Will the third lane come in?
Right now, the rest of the inside lane is pretty much pinned behind the
If he
5.
doesn't beat the rest of these cars to the line at the end of the stage, he'll have to pit with the lap down cars. He'll get his lap back, but he'll have to start tail end of the field.
Definitely changes.
Again, I'm looking at those Fords lined up on the outside. I think that's what was playing dividends, at least right now. The momentum coming back inside, though.
Somebody's going to jump out of line and go for it. It's probably going to happen as they catch B.J. McLeod.
Yeah, I don't know. It may not be.
See how that's
It's not going to happen here.
Bit.
It's going to be a drag race, so.
Way up and out of the way, and Larson in control. Here they come, final lap, stage 1.
It's going to be close between Cindric and Elliott because Larson
block both lanes
is out here by himself.
Right now, he's not a factor in who wins this stage, though.
Blaney moving.
Oh, for the win! It's going to be Cindric.
Cindric is the stage winner, unofficially.
Cindric wins the stage, and Larson will be.
As well. That affects that air, and the second that one of those
Larson will be the lucky dog.
Austin Cindric for Team Penske and
by
Ford
just
by
a little bit.
Margin. Gets his second stage win of the year.
About a little bit of a nose.
Your Wyndham is waiting. Whether it's for the bucket lists, the free breakfasts and Wi-Fi, or the romantic getaways.
I thought for a second that's what Larson was going to do. I was like, Larson, don't be a dumbass. I thought for a second he was going to brake check the outside lane, but he got out of there actually. He got out of there and let them settle it between them.
Welcome to Fox Nation.
Cindric wins the stage. Penske takes the channel point prediction.
And toast to our past. This is Fox Nation, where all of America's stories
3
are
people
told.
walk away with 28K.
Today.
2,800, I should say.
Disappeared without trace, apart from a finger.
You know that DNA app?
3 people
I
speak
got a match today.
28K.
More things.
2,800.
Right now at Old National, we've got this incredible checking offer.
It depends on who that was, because that really doesn't. It really wouldn't have affected Larson. Larson was going to be back pretty much on the lead lap either way.
Okay. You know what? For a bonus that big, fine. Bring on the checking.
Oh, it's not that type of checking. You just download the app.
Yeah, no, I'm stretching. Where do I sign?
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open a checking account at Old National, official bank of the Big Ten.
Woohoo! Road trip, baby! All right. I'll take the first shift so you can navigate. Aye, Captain. I got tunes and directions covered so you can keep your eyes on the road.
Alright. I was going to do something.
Put down the phone. Hands on the wheel. Test your skills and stop distracted driving. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
Be aware.
Thanks for the ride, bro.
Okay, so for the prediction, before you guys put money on this,
Jeez, traffic is wild.
when I say big one, I mean 4 or more cars have to be involved. 4 or more cars have to be involved when they throw up the little graphic. You know, how many cars are involved.
Test your skills and stop for pedestrians. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
There are those of us who earn our calluses. We choose raw materials over ready-made.
Has to be 4 or more
It takes a
cars for
special
me
kind
to
of person
consider it a
build
big
their
one.
world from scratch. And a special set of tools.
I think I do something different for
Northern
stage
Tools, a
2.
problem solver's paradise. There's nothing we can't find, fix, or figure out together. We're made for this. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
And actually, I probably should have reworded that and said a big one instead of the big one.
Against Pete Alonso
Because
and the Mets, or you'll see the Reds
may not be
versus
the only one we
Rangers
see.
Saturday, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Check your local listings for the game in your area. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Noah Gragson just finished 10th in that stage, picked up 1 point. And if you know Noah, you know that he's high energy. He is all out. But when it comes to his pit crew, well, they're pretty low key. Together, they make a well-balanced team.
I'm Ryan Mulder, front tire changer from Sioux Center, Iowa. Grew up around dirt track racing and wanted to be on a pit crew, and this is my 14th season in the sport.
My name's Trevor White. I'm a former wide receiver at Baylor University, 5th year pitting race cars.
Tyler Bullard, the only tire carrier for Noah Gragson on the 10 car. Hometown, King, North Carolina. Home track, the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. I also work at Stuart Haas as an engineer during the week.
Sean Cotton, Jackman, former Daytona 500 winner. Kurt Busch, drafted by the Washington Nationals as a catcher.
James A. Skeeter, Fueler. I got to be a part of Tony Stewart's last
story.
year at my home track at Sonoma.
Drew Blickensderfer is the
You can, Diego. Anyone in here, I'd say,
Four Cup Series
including
wins,
myself.
Two Daytona 500s. Andy
Feel free.
Houston, from another famous racing family.
I mean, I may not answer you on here, but like this.
Go to
But
work here at the end of stage 1.
Saw him talking to the crew chief behind him, trying to get a better plan to help one
like
another.
is there for a Daytona 500 winner with Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, I thought I heard him briefly say a roundup, which would tell me the back of that car is just a little bit
Back
too
in
low.
2009.
It's either
They won the first 2
dragging
races
in the
actually in
wrong spots, or it's
2009.
on the limiters too hard. No, it doesn't like the way that it drives.
So Kyle Larson will be the free pass car. He'll get to come around and
Yep, Larson, the first one going lap down, gets the lead, back on the lead lap.
With the lap down cars. Now Martin Truex Jr. is down there on the apron with fuel pressure issues, as in not enough gas. He flipped the switch, and he'll make it to pit road. Regan.
Like Chase Elliott in second place right now. Felt like he might have wore out his right front tire just a little bit too much. Car took off a couple times, had some big moments.
Well, we got the last 2 fall race winners here.
He is bouncing around too much as the speed picks up.
Blaney and Elliott been contenders in this race. Kyle Busch was up there too. He was the most recent spring race winner.
Said he's happy with that car, no issues, just 4 tires and
Austin Cindric led 13 laps.
Ooh, is Busch going to win that race off? No, Cindric is. No, it's going to be Elliott by just a little bit. No, they gave it to Busch.
Get out of his pit.
That's exactly what you saw Drew talking about with that crew chief behind him. Didn't work.
There's Austin Cindric, your stage 1 winner at Talladega.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold.
What straps gold to a rocket and hurtles it into space? Boring does.
Boring makes vacations happen.
Early retirement's possible.
And startups start up.
Because it's smart, dependable, and steady. All words you want from your bank.
For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly boring, so you can be happy.
P4, I think, Jacqueline.
Which is pretty unboring if you think about it.
Let me check the app, I'll tell you.
Wanna
I think
upgrade but
P4.
Still paying off your locked phone? Break free from 3-year device contracts. Switch to T-Mobile and we'll pay off your phone and upgrade you to one of the latest 5G phones free.
At the Cracker Barrel, freshly made food at a fair price is just what we do. In fact, we've got over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
Is playoff Jason a thing?
Nah, playoff Jason is not a thing.
Okay,
Yeah, it
Tatum.
doesn't say.
We
Damn
all
it.
know it's a thing. Same goes
I'm going to get the running
for
order
playoff
from the end of the
Spiders.
stage.
Well, Brunson can't
Oh, here we
deny
go.
it.
I mean,
Is that official?
oh wait, no.
Oh,
Ah, here we go.
We got the whole league in on this.
Not a thing.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Playoff
It's
shade.
not a thing.
Are you serious?
Fifth, Jacqueline.
Calling playoff insane's clearly
Fifth.
a thing.
It's not a thing.
Well, let's find out.
When it comes
Need
to
somebody
your
help me
truck,
say it one time.
you can power it up 6 ways to Sunday. But if you want to get things done, start with the capability of Ford F-150. gas, power boost hybrid, or all electric, the power is yours.
Oh, Blaney wins. Maybe.
Ford is celebrating Mustang's 60th birthday
Maybe.
with a special appearance package that recalls the 1965 original, and they're only going to build 1965 of them.
It's amazing what they've done, too. Since '64, they've sold 10 million Mustangs on the road. It's been the best-selling sports car for over 10 years now. The brand of Mustang is strong, and boy, are they fun to drive.
By the way, over 85 markets all over the globe.
Probably the most iconic name in American cars outside of maybe the Corvette. I think the Corvette, and the Mustang are the two most recognized names.
For a brand that has a great 60-year history and an even brighter future.
That
When it
car
comes
is
to
awesome.
American
But I
cars.
want to brag on somebody. That 60-year anniversary, the track day they did was awesome. There was over 2,000 cars there. Obviously, Mustang guys from all over the country came, gathered together.
No,
They had
Camaro was
drifting
doesn't
ride-alongs,
have
they had
the
track
history like the
ride-alongs
Mustang
on
does.
the Roval, Kevin. There was stuff everywhere, and people had a lot of fun there. That was cool.
Corvette's obviously older.
There's
That's why they
pressure on
added
Ford
Corvette
drivers
into
to
it.
win, but how
Corvette
important
Mustang.
would it be if one could win on this Mustang's 60th anniversary?
Yeah, no better week to do it right here at Talladega. It's always a super important week for us. Anytime we come to a super speedway race, the Fords have always been kind of known for working together.
The Fords have had good speed all year long. We haven't got to victory lane yet, but we just keep on building and building.
Like we have a car that can do it. Just gotta get
SHR is not switching manufacturers.
You know how many Mustangs they sold that first day, April 17th, 1964?
First of all, you're not going to see a new manufacturer come in unless they start the lower division.
In one day.
You can mark my words on
I
that. They're
remember I
not
was
jumping right
14,
into Cup.
And there had just never been anything
Hell, when
like
Toyota
it.
came into the sport, they started
When
in the
they
truck
launched the
series and
Mustang,
built their way up.
That was pretty cool, and here we
So
are.
unless a manufacturer starts in the
10 million
lower
cars
divisions,
All right, let's check with Regan and some developments on pit road.
I disagree,
Well,
Tristan.
Mike, we saw this.
And this is being in the backyard of the Big Three. Being in the backyard of the Big Three, I can tell you, I see more Mustangs than I do Camaros. Now where I am, I see more Chryslers actually than I see any other vehicle.
Denny didn't complain about it all. It was actually in the data that the team has on
In fact, the most common,
was a little bit off, and that was what alerted us.
the two most common GM vehicles I see are Silverados and the Chevy Cruze.
Some contact there, and then go into the data and see if you can dissect that. That's cool.
Yes, but Dodge was not a new manufacturer, though, Shadow. Dodge was an old manufacturer returning.
But there will be a group of engineers and guys and gals working back in what we would call the war room back at wherever the shop headquarters is.
I thought I told you this before, Hamlet. It's a crossover. It's an SUV. It's not.
But a lot of times
It's not what you'd say, what you'd see with the classic Mustang.
To the pit box to address.
So 4 Fords, 4 Chevrolets, and 2 Toyotas earned stage points here in stage 1.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened yet. Until it happens, I'm not going to believe a single rumor I see. So
The ally on board for Alex.
I don't take
the 48.
I don't put any stock into
And
rumors.
here is the Thomas's Bagel.
You show me a reliable source,
for Ricky Stenhouse.
then maybe I'll
Yeah, you see him just
look
using
that
the brake
way.
to slow
But
the
I
car down. You
don't
set a gap,
tend to look. I don't
to
tend
the
to
car in front of you to try to be able to
give any
drop
cadence to
back as much
rumors.
as you can without making NASCAR mad. Shut the engine off and then let it coast. And then if you're coasting a little bit too fast, and you ride that brake to slow it back down.
The Monster Energy cam on Ty Gibbs' car includes rear spoiler
right.
cam this week.
Stage 2. Surprisingly, we ran that stage
Mustang
1
race car is in.
pretty much double. I think double file and at some points 3-wise pretty much the whole stage. I'm
Leads
surprised.
them back to green ahead of the Fords of Blaney, Cindric, and Burton.
And Mike, you should have looked at the way they lined up because Blaney actually took the inside, Chase took the outside, or Chase took the outside, Blaney took the inside. So you had a Chevrolet and a Ford, and then a Chevrolet and a Ford on the front row, and a Chevrolet and a Ford. First 3 rows back.
That outside, Kevin. He's hungry. Needs this opportunity.
Got some
Was looking
teammates
for this
lined up too.
Talladega.
Penske cars in the
Told you
300
earlier
outside.
Yeah, Kyle and I.
Already we're going to try
spent some
to
time together in
look
Georgia this week, turkey
3.
hunting. Happened to be at the
Jens Ginsburg and
Farms
then
down there,
Chastain
taking
up
some
there.
time, to relax, and
With your two's history, there's no chance I would have went hunting with him. But,
well,
man, I'd say times are changing.
Well, you know, I don't have to go out there and compete anymore. So I actually took Piper hunting. Keelan and Piper didn't want to hunt together, so I had to take Keelan last week and Piper this week, and Kyle was there as well.
Saw Chase Elliott move down out of that outside line, elected to get to the bottom. Good place to ride and a good place to save some fuel as you're doing so 4 or 5 rows back.
Well, and all these guys saw what happened to those few cars that had to pit for fuel, ran out of gas, or got a little bit out of cycle right there.
And where did they come
Shane
from?
leading the SVG, leading me out the third lane.
You see them coming again.
There's only 4 cars there, but you need to build some momentum there. They can't get up there.
Absolutely.
We've seen that's where it seems to be the best run.
13 different leaders already as you watch from the Wendy's cam.
And track position is important. You have to be able to try to capitalize and get that track position while you can. So you see SVG up there on the outside trying to get his way to the front to be able to position himself to be at the front of the pack and do what you need to do from a fuel standpoint.
Speaking of fuel,
did GM pay those experts? You got to keep that in mind when you say that. Like some of the car magazines, I think, are paid by the manufacturers to give certain manufacturers good reviews. That's why you see it's the same magazine sometimes is giving an award to the same manufacturer. So, well, here comes Shane.
Well, it's topic of discussion.
That third lane again.
That's the strategy. Who can do it the best?
This time it's Austin pushing him.
You can't lose the track position, as you said, Kevin. So where can I ride and find that sweet spot of track position?
Dylan's going to go for the lead.
Yeah, Randall Burnett, Kyle's crew chief, does a weekly turn on Sirius satellite radio, and I always learn something. Each week
I got some teammates.
Well, that's
more teammates up here. Now the 3 is up here with the 8.
This is a constant evolution of learning. It's an engineering exercise.
Yep, Shane got the lap there.
That's why we are where we are with the fuel situation, because everybody realized how somebody figured this out before everybody else, and now everybody does it. What's the next thing going to be? What's the next innovation? What's the next thought? That's what these crew chiefs and engineers and drivers and teams are so good at, is evolving. And if you're not here every week and you miss a few weeks, you get behind really quick. Yeah, and so you see 46% throttle up there, so basically about half throttle. You see Chase with his foot right on top of the brake pedal in case something happens, and he's looking at the dash.
I'm telling you, that outside line lead change
on his dash, that he will keep track of it as well.
New leader Anthony Alfredo, the Richfield, Connecticut driver.
They're going to leave Shane.
Schedule goes all the way to the front.
Gregson hesitated. Gregson hesitated. When he did, he almost got into the back of Shane.
Alfredo finished 3rd in yesterday's Xfinity.
You see SVG getting spit out on that outside.
And he's getting freight trained.
Well, we documented earlier just how much slower Kyle Larson was than the rest of this pack, and when you get out and shoved out a line like that, and it takes that momentum, you literally have to go to all
what I say about the 5? What I say about not being worried about Larson?
That speed back.
New leader from Las Vegas, Noah Gregson for
how the hell is he running 3rd?
And he did exactly what the other guys were doing.
How the hell is he running 3rd?
Put the pedal down and said, I need to get to the front of this pack and do everything that I can to be in control of what I'm doing up in the front.
Nemechek up the 2nd.
Now in 2nd, John Hunter Nemechek. He was involved in the Denny Hamlin spin, but apparently had no damage. There he rides in 2nd place. Larson and Alfredo dueling for 3rd, and it's 3 wide for 4th on back. 71 laps complete in Talladega.
You give, and you give.
Also,
now it's time to get with
let me make note of
Wireless.
this.
You get unlimited
Granted,
data, talk, and text. You get
we're
America's
early in
most
stage 2, but
5G network.
make mental note of
get to
this.
choose who gets on your family
How many cautions
plan,
have we
starting at
had?
just $25 a line. Does it have to be family?
How many cautions have we had due to an incident so far?
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line.
I mean, I'll
Find us
wait.
at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
Your best days of the year start here at Kubota Orange Days. It's the year's biggest selection of Kubota tractors, zero-turn mowers, and utility vehicles, including the #1 selling compact tractor in the USA.
But again, Bumble goes to my point.
0% APR
The idea that you
months
don't
or
need a
up to
caution fest to have a
$300
good
off select
race.
compact tractors. Orange goes all day. Sales ending soon. Visit your local dealer today. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
With Armor All, a little bit of this
A bunch of cautions does not make a good race.
protects you from a lot of that.
Armor All. Less work, more clean. Buy $20, get 5 back through May 31st.
Spring into savings this moving season with Pods. Save up to 25% now on moving and storage, and see why Pods
Well,
has been trusted
that's
with over
debatable.
6 million moves.
That I
So
think is
wait,
debatable,
save
Shadow.
up to 25% now. Visit pods.com today.
Higher shipping rates may be the
If you
cost
have
of doing
passing, but
business,
somebody
at what
dominates the race,
Turn shipping to your advantage with low
then would
cost
you still
round
consider it a
shipping
good race?
from the United States Postal Service?
Bacon.
Not Bumble. That's most NASCAR. That's most
Introducing Applebee's new whole lot of bacon burger.
most of the
Just
quote-unquote
$9.99
fans,
for a
Corey.
limited time. Applebee's. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
When my doctor gave me Breasttree for my COPD, things changed for me. Breasttree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis.
I've watched
Call your
highlight
doctor if
videos,
worsening
like
breathing,
kind
chest
of
pain,
some of the
bowel
clips
or
are in
tonsilling,
compilations of
problems
them.
urinating, vision
Then
changes,
Graham.
or eye pain occur.
Not actually sat and watched an event of theirs,
The
but
Earnhardt family is always trusted Bass Pro Shops for all their outdoor needs, and I continue to be a proud customer. I grew up shopping here, and now I love bringing my family here to gear up for all our adventures together. And now, Bass Pro Shops club members enjoy special savings and earn points towards free gear, which is rewarding when buying what you need for your next adventure. Spending time outdoors with the ones you love, sharing memories, and making new ones, that's an Earnhardt family tradition that I'm proud to carry on.
It's unbelievable. This is the biggest, the baddest, in so many ways. In the infield of this, well, somebody's getting picked up already. That's in style right there. That space shuttle looked pretty large, Kevin.
That's your ride, right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
John Hunter Nemechek has become the 15th different leader of this race. 34 lead changes in just 75 laps.
almost half this race has had a lead change.
At Talladega. Everybody does it.
All right.
Here.
Yeah,
Everybody
it's definitely
wins at
Talladega.
Corey LaJoie up the outside.
What you see here in this top 5 is exactly why it's anybody's game. Going back to how we led this show, Mike, it's anybody's game.
Top 4 all looking for their first Cup Series win.
You can check all the way back to the top.
Managing those runs, the gaps. You're using a lot more fuel up here leading these lines like this. Blocks moving down, using their energy, using their momentum, slowing it down. A lot of communication here with your spotter.
Well, the lap times are really slow right now. That's about 4 seconds slower than what the fastest lap is for John Hunter Nemechek. So these guys are obviously in a spot where they need to save more fuel, or want to save more fuel than they did last time.
Well, compare Nemechek with
That would be
Chase
Corey
Elliott
that
back in
causes it.
15th place. Chase with about 40% throttle. Nemechek out front, burning more gas, 50 to 60% throttle. RPM the same.
Yeah, from a driver's standpoint, it's like we were talking about when we were on the foot cam at Chase Briscoe's car.
Nope.
You know, you want to try to do everything that you can do to have a consistent percentage on your throttle, the further back in the pack you are, the easier that is to do when you're in the front like John.
We don't need one. We don't need a caution. Keep it like this.
We saw some of these guys
we don't need a
come to pit road
caution.
and pit after the right before we went to the green flag right there. So there is a lot of strategy, and that's the reason that we're showing you this right now is it's detrimental to do what John Hunter is, but he is one of those cars that came in and topped off there towards the end of that caution flag. So we'll see how this plays out.
As good a job as he's doing working with a spotter, let's listen.
When'd you pick that,
work
Papa?
together as they're managing these runs coming from.
I didn't see if you posted it in here. I didn't see it. So. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because everybody put it in the chat. That's right. I didn't. I should have made note, but I really didn't.
So outside you in the 10.
Note it.
We'll even with you, then one back after him, one after your help, then two after his help.
Well, it's not going to be caution-free, Scotty, because we do have the yellows due to the stage breaks, but it's probably be the closest we'll get to a caution-free race if we don't get one due to an incident.
Now we'll listen on Noah Gregson, spotter Andy Houston.
Oh, Gregson going to lead the lap at the line. Did. About a third of the way into this stage.
7.5 off you. Top rows 3 rows back.
Kevin, did you like a lot of input from the spotter or only when necessary?
Well, you really don't have a choice here because there's so much going on that the spotter is going to talk
Watch
to you
that outside lane. Ford's lined up
you
there.
hear that information whether you
We're
want
sure
to do it or
dealing
not
with the
here.
Priest.
On a normal racetrack at 1.5 miles.
That's where we've seen the runs come is from the very top.
So our radio was always pretty quiet until you came here.
When it's quiet, it's a good thing on 1.5 miles. That means everybody's behind you.
Coming to complete 80 laps. Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, 1, 2, 3 at Talladega.
In Major League Baseball, you could dream with no limits. You could become your hero. Steal the show. Or even start a new club. You can meet the moment and exceed the hype. You can write a new chapter of history and let your city dream again. This season, anything can happen.
You see, I'm hesitant to say that about super speedway racing, but road courses, yes. Road courses, I don't think we need the stage
save the
breaks.
best part for last, but it's all
Because road
the best
courses,
part.
it
I don't know where
hurts
to begin.
the strategy
Toby,
having
eat
stage
your
breaks.
Maybe I
Super
just
speedways, it's hard to say because we've seen super speedway races where they get spread out after green flag pit
Men
stops.
tell us when they use Just for Men to
That's,
eliminate gray, there's a
I'm
great
hesitant to
before
say
and
that
after.
we need to get rid of it on super
Then
speedways.
there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
So that's why I'm hesitant to say
At Ace,
super speedways.
your backyard is right in our backyard. So when you need to feed your grass, remove the weeds, or wrangle those leaves, go to the best place that delivers on top brands like Ego, Toro, Steel, and Scott's.
15
no
to go.
warehouse store can match the convenience of your neighborhood.
Anytime after
So
15 to
stop
go,
on by,
Jason,
or
because that's when the
order online,
action's
we'll have
really
it
going to
ready for pickup
ratchet
in
up.
15 minutes, or we'll deliver it the same day, around the block.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Are you in my chat? I know you're your first time chatting, but are you in here?
Well, my doctor gave me breast treat for my
I need you to join Bumble and Hamill and
better breathing, symptom improvement, and
I need more people like you in here.
It's a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell
Like,
your
just
doctor
enjoy it
if
for
you
what
have a
it
heart
is.
condition or high blood pressure
At least
before
right
taking
now.
it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why
Don't worry, Hamlin. Oops, I mean Hamill.
prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through.
You know I was going to do it as
Most
soon as you wrote it,
reliable 5G
Hamill.
network in America.
Out here, liability
As soon as you wrote it, you know I was going to do it.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's your Verizon.
This is the one who helps everyone stay safe. An unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes.
is just how he likes it. The industrial-grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones
I don't know
who
if you guys
get
can
it
see it
done.
on my camera, but I did wink at it when I said that too. So
Fox is sponsored by Verizon.
you're here.
Built for 5G.
I need one of those big logos that you are here.
83 laps complete. Coming up on halfway in stage 2 of 3 at Talladega. Now, Anthony Alfredo was in the top 5 ever since they dropped the green to start stage number 2. He's now dropped back to 7th. Regan?
And Mike, you see him leading the inside line right there. And I love something that I saw happen with this team. Everybody on varying
There's not much of an inside line now, though.
Actually told the crew chief, we don't care
A couple goes down there, but they're not necessarily lined up like the middle or the top is at the
and Anthony,
moment.
of course, a very good driver, finished 3rd in yesterday's Xfinity race and does a lot of the sim work for Hendrick Motorsports. So although he doesn't do a lot of cup races, he has spent a lot of time in
The drone's leg got shot there for a second.
Because Beard Motorsports is a tiny team out of Michigan. They have one full-time.
It's funny, Bumble, is your first name is the same as my sister's, spelled the same way too.
Handful of races each year, and they've had a chance to lead.
Not too many people spell their name that
that's
way.
What you want, and that's why NASCAR leaves those 4 spots for open competitors to come in to race. And Talladega, Daytona.
Thought I mentioned that to you before,
really
but
you to prepare for the
if I didn't, yeah, my sister's name is spelled the same
work on
way.
the car over and over, so it's good to see him up front.
I asked my mother about it before, and she said the reason she did it is she just wanted to be different. She wanted her name to be a different name.
Steepest of any of the NASCAR Cup tracks, and the largest oval on which these cars run. Chris Buescher trying to get something going in the outside, and he's got Ford mounted.
Well, I would say any official place Hamill would call you by your full name.
Buescher with 5 wins, the most of anybody. In fact, all of the wins in the top 4 right now are Buescher's 5.
Yeah, that, from a driver's standpoint, it's
The
really,
outside
really
momentum in the middle and the outside right now. Inside,
It's
need a couple more cars to get that inside going.
And go up there and try to do something that you know you want to do, but you have to be able to put yourself in a position to save fuel. And
You're welcome, First. Stick around.
Side of it. So you see,
we're doing all the Cup races, or plan to do all the Cup races this year. So
he's in the middle of the pack doing his job and trying to make sure he's in position when they make this pit stop under green here.
Been quiet day for Logano, who had a speeding penalty.
we approach halfway in stage 2.
Back on the lead lap and up in the lead pack is Kyle Larson.
Are other people able to save even more than we are?
Yes, being farther back, even for the same throttle percentage, their car is getting that much more help than yours is up front. So that's the difference. So again, we don't want the pace to be too slow and allow people to try to make it. We would like to force a stop, so just keep that in mind.
Cliff Daniels, the crew chief for Larson, who had a drive-through penalty at lap 1 after taking the race's green flag. He had to come down pit road at pit road speed while the rest of
the thing is,
he got lapped, got his
if they are,
break.
bending the rules, you never hear about it. Cheaters are those that get caught.
Toyota, Ford, Chevy, 1, 2, 3, Nemechek, Gregson, LaJoy.
Well, that was an interesting
cheating is only cheating if you get caught.
And really, you know, for us, it's difficult to have the calculations that they have up on the pit box. So,
yeah, I was kind of wondering. All right, Cliff. Well, how much slower, to your point there, would you have to go? How much more fuel would I have to save to make it to the stage end?
Yeah,
first time I ever heard that.
Yeah, and he's definitely told his driver to get up there and try to push those guys to go faster. We saw.
Try to see that outside run, the outside lane get a little more of a run now to get outside there. Inside's still keeping pace, even though they're not as close together.
A little bit further, so you see his throttle percentage right there of, you know, right around 50%, just managing whatever that gap needs to be.
See, Corey gets it.
To do what he needs to do.
Corey gets it.
88 laps complete, 36 cars still on the lead lap and in the draft of the leader.
Why does he use the cover and not the original?
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe. and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trilogy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because 3 medicines in 1 inhaler.
I don't have to say anything. I'll let you guys
open,
say it.
It prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trilogy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Watch Daily Trilogy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
It's Kubota Orange Days. Shop the year's biggest selection of Kubota equipment and get 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,300 off select compact tractors. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
The Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco isn't just a late-night taco. It's a seasoned and slow-roasted chicken taco that pairs nicely with the new avocado verde salsa at any time. Introducing the new Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, only at Taco Bell.
This season,
I will do this again just to make sure that people are aware. For anybody that just joined, that's your backup.
And quick draw thumbs.
That's your backup.
Own smoke trail. So hold on tight and strap yourself in. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
I see there's at least 2 channels that I can see that are still going right now, so we'll just keep our fingers crossed. I do have Discord as well, Fingram. Discord's the other backup, but
Saturday on Fox, Acuna racked these up on his way to the record.
you know.
And it was Saturday on Fox when Harper went all Harper. So yeah, Saturday on Fox.
I wouldn't have done that, Hamill.
The lady in black. She's got a thing for tradition, a hankering for history, and she sure likes a good challenge. Well, when Throwback Weekend comes to town, she'll get exactly what she wants and play extra hard to get. Shall we dance? NASCAR Throwback
Yeah, you know what?
Darlington Raceway.
Did somebody post the Discord link yet?
Get your tickets now at
No,
Darlington
I'll do that
Raceway.
then. Because I'll post an announcement there. I'll also post it on my Twitter as well. Both links are on my channel, so. But I've got both going right now. So if you want an undisturbed view, the Kick account is streaming right now at the same time as this one is. So I'm running them concurrently.
Corey LaJoy, Todd Gilliland are the front 5. There are 35 cars.
So even if this one goes, the other one's still going at the same
Chase
time.
Briscoe, while we were away, came in and got fuel and 4 tires in his number 14 Ford. So he will go a lap down.
Yeah, the inside's pretty much gone at this
Smith
point.
and BJ McLeod
I think it's been absorbed pretty much. Hamlin trying to lead that inside, but
green flag pit stops. Let's check with Jamie Little.
But John Hunter Nemechek leading this race had only led 1 lap in his prior career in the Cup Series. And he hasn't
also for those worried about channel points, if this does go down, the channel points just automatically go back.
He's running up front. He's been
Go back,
on the
so.
radio. Really happy. Feels good out front there, Josh.
Don't worry if this goes down about channel points. You'll get those back.
And he told me before the race that leading laps at Daytona gave him a lot of confidence when it comes to this super speedway style of racing. He feels good about his car today. Tight early on in the race, but much better as of late, Regan.
Well, Josh, as we near these green flag potential pit stops, which we would anticipate to be gas-only stops, keep an eye on where the cars stop as they get to their pit box. Kyle Busch was reminded after the last stop he was a couple feet too long. That cost him a little bit of time because the fueler had to chase the car down. We are talking a matter of not only inches on the racetrack, but inches on pit road as well.
All right, Martin Truex has now fought his way back up to 6th place. Second on the
Yeah,
inside.
they got that line working. I'm shocked that the inside actually came back together.
Yep, copy that. Well, we're going to be there when the pay window opens. We're just going to do our own deal here. It's going to work out for us.
And yeah, the 15 up in there now.
Job there.
Well, it's interesting since Chase Briscoe pitted, and all of a sudden the pace picked up because the first lap was almost a second faster than the field, and now
I lost the app again. Hang on, give it 1 second. Bring it back up. Yeah, they did. That was headline news when they actually did that too.
Think about Keselowski coming back and topping off. Guys like him, the 47.
That was big news when they did that.
We saw him on pit road. Those guys are going to be able to go on pit road, spend less time taking fuel, and essentially gain a lot of track position for the stage end.
Yeah, and those are they pitted before the green flag came out, and they've also been very disciplined as to where they're running with track position. But we have definitely seen the pace pick up now, so everybody's trying to put themselves in a position to make the green flag stops. And
I know one of the other streams that I'm aware of is still up, and there's also another one that's still up. So.
But that's exactly how they capitalize on that green flag stop. Spend the least amount of time on pit road. Fuel and the consumption of the fuel is where the time is lost or gained.
7 of the cars currently in the top 10.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed and
they include
not think of the worst, you know.
Hamlin, LaJoy, Cody Ware, Kyle Larson, Martin Truex, Todd Gilliland. They all came in and topped off.
That might do it. This is going on.
25 laps to go in stage 2. We continue 3 by 3 at Talladega.
Let me put that back in there. You guys could watch on both if you want to, but yeah, I'm basically streaming on both.
Introducing the 2024 F-150.
I mean, I would throw my camera over to the other side, but I don't want to get rid of the lap counter.
Where strength and adaptability.
I want people to be able to read the lap counter.
Your journey, your legacy to define. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Yeah, both are up right now, so.
Generations of victory.
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins. Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic. What about fandom that runs in the family?
You might have to turn up, Dusty, Peach. You might have to turn it up a little bit, because I know it's happened to me when I watch things on Twitch. You have to adjust the volume on the video itself so that it's a little louder for you.
$300 off select compact tractors. Find your nearest dealer at
one of my boys, Rowdy, he's still up.
Cracker Barrel, freshly made food.
I'm kind of keeping an eye on him, making sure he's still up too, but he's still up as well.
Over 20 meals under $12.
There's another one that's in my recommended that's still up as well. So
eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
Not anymore. Now it's Shane. SVG up front again.
This might be Sean Astin.
Derek Hoff. Is that my husband in that?
Taika Waititi.
Yeah. Come on, baby.
There's another one I've seen that is actually still up. He doesn't have a lot of viewers, but he's still up right now.
Not all Caitlin Clarks are the same.
Caitlin Clark, city planner.
Just like not all internet providers are the same. Don't settle. Get real deal speed.
Well, I know Rowdy because I know him from an offline and our league.
It's from here? That's kind of my thing.
Yeah.
Get the real deal with Xfinity Internet today and get fast speeds and a reliable connection to all your devices in the home, even when everyone is online.
Spring into savings this moving season with Pods. Save up to 25% now on moving and storage, and see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait.
You know, I keep going. I keep going and doing what I can do, you know. I know the risk is there, trust me.
This is the make or break moment.
There's a reason why my name has numbers at the end of it.
Carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity.
We're doing it since 2019, so.
Chris Buescher back out front at Talladega.
Pit stops incoming.
Logano, Gregson, 5 Fords out front, and Larry Mack. The lap times have suddenly dropped 3 to 4 seconds. What switch got flipped here?
Yeah, I go back to what Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief, said.
We're getting
Let's
close.
force people to have to make a stop because they were working on trying to run 54 laps on this tank of fuel, which the pace they were at, I'd say they were flirting with it. It's time to get track position, get up near the front. We know we're going to have to make this green flag pit stop, which I would say, guys, we may see in the next 6, 7, 8 laps.
2 laps ago, Shane Van Gisbergen was leading. Now he's been kicked back to 14th. Nemechek also dropped from that lead group back to 22nd. Chase Briscoe going a lap down after making that extra pit stop under green.
Yeah, and he was hoping that they would continue saving fuel because by himself when
It's
he
fuel.
first ran out there for
You have to hang on to fuel. You have to have the fuel to make it.
Tractors forward.
It's going to be close. But whether or not people make the stage, I think is what they're looking at.
He
so.
pulled up there and tried to block that run by Cindric, and he had a huge run. About got
A
himself
couple
in
of those
trouble
Fords
there.
lined up too.
He's going to fall in the line right there.
So they're going to try to get a second line going here from the looks of
it just
it.
takes so long to get your momentum.
Can't see. I think it's Bubba. Yeah, Bubba's leading it.
Wound up once you get out of the draft and shoved outside
Bubba,
by
Dylan,
yourself.
Bush, Cindric, Bell. Hey, is that Reddick back there? Reddick, we haven't talked about him much today.
All lined up on the bottom of the racetrack. But as Larry told us earlier, their gas mileage may be a bit better. Oh, hands in the air from Gilliland.
Yep, Fords are pitting this time. The leaders are coming.
Are they coming this time?
They got hands out the window, so I'm assuming they're coming this time. Watch these front 4. Yep, here they come.
All but Busher. No, he's coming too. Everybody hard on the brakes.
Busher, Gillen, Priest, Gregson, Kozlowski. Looks like McDowell.
11 cars peeled off.
Keselowski's in this group. He's one of the cars.
Well, they're backing off, Thomas. The lap times are dropping because they're backing off trying to save fuel. The lead car uses the most fuel. That's why they back off and try to pull the back to them so they're not running full throttle.
Pass a lot of cars in his group right there. Pretty much every single one of them. That's exactly.
We saw this even with the COT and the Gen 6.
Busher and Keselowski lead this group off pit road.
Yeah, they're spread out though. You see the 2 team cars of Busher and Keselowski up front, and then you see everybody else spread out a little bit. Whole bunch of them coming to pit road
trucking.
right
I'm aware of it.
Bag here, Chevys and Toyotas. And another large group.
Like I said, I've got a backup going right now at the same time on kick right now as we're talking. So
I think you were spot on with that, Kevin.
not to mention I have history with it. I actually was able to get a strike removed from my channel.
How short your pit was, and then
So
the exit. You have to be together. When you get
I have
back
no
out
strikes
there
on
that
this channel
racetrack
currently.
single file, if you're all spread out and they're slacking your chain.
Oh, that was close when Jones pulled out.
And here this first
Almost
group comes
contact
off
with Stenhouse. Ooh, and there's Corey around.
Corey LaJoyce.
Come on, Corey, get it rolling.
Water, more than likely, leaving
You're
the
rolling,
pit
come
road.
on.
Still green, still green.
Stay green.
Wide, and you can see the water marks there.
Yeah, and that's not how you want to come off pit road. All bunched up like that, 3 and 4 wide. It takes time away.
I would say that Shadow with Denny Hamlin did it first. He did it first at pit entry.
Backstretch coming off of 2.
He did it first at pit entry.
See that outside line? They were the ones that pitted
So
first.
LaJoy wasn't even the first one to spin in the round of stops. That was actually Denny Hamlin.
In the map at the top, you see those 2 groups merging together. 22, Joey Logano is your leader. Van Gisbergen and Hemrick leave pit road after stopping together. No takers this time.
No, you said he was going to wreck.
So the first 12 cars have not.
You said he was going to wreck.
This pit stop.
Not that he was going to spin. You said he was going to wreck.
Joy stuck on the outside, leaving pit road. That's where those puddles are.
Yeah, a lot of squeeze play there. Chase got squeezed out there too, and somehow hung on to his.
Weepers from last night's heavy rains. They're at the exit of pit lane, not in the racing.
I wonder if there's going to be a gambler that tries to make it to the stage end
because they
here.
were 4 wide there.
I don't think they can, but I'm wondering if there's going to be a gambler that tries it.
Trying to get back up to speed. He and Emmerich, and
Because that's out of the Weepers, Scott. That's out of basically the seams. Bubbles up out of the seams.
Well, you see what happens when the slower cars are in the lane of the cars that are merging with their full head of steam, it kind of mixes everything up. And really, that's what you want. If you're one of those slower cars, you want the group to get mixed up, to try to just slow them down a little bit, mess up the air, and try to get those guys out of that single file line. So Shane's probably going to be able to blend back in okay.
Leaders.
Logano, Hamlin at the front of the lead pack. Larry, the 12 cars that have not made this stop are most all the ones we mentioned that were last on pit road to top off at lap 65. How long can they go?
Yeah, Mike, they can probably go, especially with how slow the pace was, they can probably go another 6 to 8 laps. Now, will they go another 6 to 8 laps? I don't know if that's the case, but based on how slow the pace was, they have a few more laps they can run.
Well, that group includes most of the Toyotas, 7 of them, along with 4 Fords. And that group is about 30 seconds ahead of the merged group that's just now entering turn 3. For about 2/3 of a lap.
Well, and that's always the interesting thing about these super speedway races. Every time you get into the race and you get into the flow of the race and how the strategy worked last time, these guys always come up with a plan that they think is going to be better based upon when people are pitting the lap times.
There's stories throughout
so
the
much information that goes
throughout the. You could go back 5 and watch any special of like the old Legends specials.
So let me ask Larry again.
When they were interviewing the older drivers, veterans, just stories you'd hear. I know Daryl had some good ones on Junior's podcast.
At the end of the stage.
You could flip the stage, Mike, because obviously that next stage, that final stage is 68 laps, so you could flip the stage. That could be a game plan. Go as far as we can here, and then maybe flip the stage. Options are all over the place, trust me.
Yep.
And that's why you got to be a good poker player. You can, Kevin, I heard
Before
you
Gibbs
say
cars on the top lane.
World, but you still have to play a little bit of poker here and you know, make some decisions.
Well, no longer on the top lane,
well,
but
there are better poker players than others that sit on top of these pit boxes. So
right now, 12 cars have yet to pit.
Always push the limits.
Monroe in this run.
There are some people who don't take chances and always just want to go with the numbers, and sometimes those poker players beat you up.
Now the gap from the Hamlin-Logano group all the way back to the Byron group remains constant at about 32.5 seconds.
Ooh, get dicey back here.
Group. And here are the leaders.
Coming to 10 to go on the stage.
Here's some Joey Logano team radio.
Copy. I can just make out lap time. I know what you're saying. Keep lap time, but I'm not going to be able to hear you say pit. You were clear. Austin is not making lap time here. Going to get ready to get stuck off this 6271. Denny's.
Yeah, they're single file now. They're single file now. Back to Blaney. Somebody's peeling off. Nemechek.
One car peels off. That's I believe that's Nemechek.
This is where it's getting a little hairy right now.
Stage 2. And we may have some activity on pit road among the leaders this time.
9 to go. Sounds like we might be seeing a couple of them this time.
Cindric, teammates in Fords. And we saw a hand out.
Cameras on them. Here come the Toyotas. A couple of the Fords going to come with them. Seen Haley come with them. Ooh, Bell.
Yeah, we got 2 of them in the grass, locking up tires, all the things.
That might be a penalty on Bell.
You don't want to have happen. Denny Hamlin at the top of your screen missed his pit box, had to back up. All kinds of errors right there.
So that leaves just 4 cars on the track that have not pitted, and they're all Fords. Logano, Cindric, Blaney, and Berry. All the Toyotas came in this time.
Yeah, and everything you wanted to have happen right there didn't go as planned if you're that group. especially Denny Hamlin. So that's 2 errors that
we'll see. I think we're really going to see whether the Fords can execute. Obviously, the Toyotas had a little bit of issue there. So.
And Christopher Bell was too fast entering, so he will do a drive down pit road at pit road speed. Logano is in, and the Fords finally make their stop 1 lap later than everybody else.
Look at this merge. See Keselowski,
they're the Fords.
teammate Busher. Remember
Keselowski, Preece. Bush trying to lead that like very top lane.
And look how they're capitalizing on that. Here
Ooh, Busher!
The front of track position. Huge block right there.
Nice move there. The Kyle way outside. Ooh, little stack up.
Didn't get to go with him though. Missed that push.
They all sort it back out. 7 to go.
Ryan Blaney too fast entering pit road.
God damn it.
That cycled exactly the way they wanted. Talking about Keselowski, RFK. Busher to the front. Keselowski, he didn't get to go with him on that push, but that was the strategy, that was the plan, and it worked flawlessly.
Well, the guys who really cycled out well are Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney.
Blaney's got the speeding penalty, so that's going to suck.
Because they had only a few laps to go, they took less fuel, and they assumed the track position.
Ryan Blaney's gonna have to come to pit road right here, so that's just going to leave Logano and Cindric up there, and these guys are going to drive right by him.
There you see it from the Ford Performance
7 to go.
On board Blaney. Back to pit road.
Hopefully we won't lose a lap here.
Drive of shame.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're going to see Austin Cindric. You see him try to pull
not
to make that
too much speed.
Joey Logano does
Ooh, Busher!
Threads the needle.
And
Preece made that same move.
And look, instead of going all the way to the back of that line, it's a huge risk, but Joey Logano
props by Ryan Preece too. I don't know how Preece made that same move.
5th place, it's a big risk pulling up in front of them like that.
Nice by both those guys.
But Chris Busher, what a move to retake
the lead. I can say I'm getting equal props to Ryan Preece because I don't know how Preece stayed with him.
This is picking up at Talladega.
Wow. And Preece made an equally as good move.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love.
That's what's called blocking. You do that on these racetracks, Tristan.
Long-lasting.
I mean, that's exactly what Chase Elliott did to Corey LaJoie at Atlantic a couple years ago. You do what you have to do.
You go up to 4 months between treatments. If you have an eye infection,
you do what you have to do in those sort of situations.
Or allergies to Eylea HD, don't use. Eye injections like Eylea HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There's an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots.
Sick
the most
move,
common
yeah.
side effects were blurred vision,
I agree with that
cataract,
one.
corneal injury, and eye floaters.
No,
and
it's a
there's
sick
still
move.
so much to
It's not a
see.
dick move.
If you are on Eylea or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about Eylea HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
Right now, you can get
that's what Alex Bowman did in 2019.
Any pizza, any crust,
All
$12.
right.
That means meat lovers, supreme, or create your own with any toppings. Just $12.
Well, Kevin LePage
This
did
deal
that.
won't last long, so order
That's probably the most
any way you want
infamous moment.
Make your first move with battery power made by Steel.
People block, and it happens on these style races. There is aggressive blocking. It's just that's the nature of this racing.
Right
If you're going to
now,
complain
save
because
$50
somebody makes
on
an aggressive
select
block,
AK
then you
system
should be
battery
watching this
tool
style of
sets.
racing.
Real Steel.
Because that's what's going to happen.
Mother's CMX Ceramic Spray Coating. A revolutionary silicon and titanium dioxide blend that goes on lightning fast, wet or dry. For game-changing, super hydrophobic, ultra-durable protection. Coating and caring for your vehicle.
If I'm making my,
Mother's CMX
if you're making me say it, I'm telling you, it's not going to 15 to go. 15 to go is when all the stuff is going to happen. Either wrecks or ratchet it up even a notch further.
Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at NASCAR.com/regional.
The Geico 500 on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank. 4 laps to go in stage 2. Joey Logano.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying the driver is going to be heated.
And Gregson in Ford's the top 5. Then the Chevys of Dillon, Byron, and Larson. I'm not waiting to the last lap, fellas.
But I'm not saying that you can't call it a dick move when everybody does it.
Well, we talked about this, and you see Austin Cindric, he kind of
great
moved
move,
up, and
though.
Joey Logano staggered up to try to block the run completely.
Just enough to clear the 2 car.
Actually made contact
The
with
Priest
Austin
following him
Cindric,
through.
but those guys, we talked about the risk and the desperation that we feel like the Fords are in to win this race.
But again, you got to give credit to Priest, because Priest basically followed him through and didn't have as close a call.
Took a huge risk right there.
So give it to Chris Buescher and Ryan Priest, who followed him right through that barely there.
And also talking about dick move, right now it's got him the lead at the moment. So you can't sit there and call it a dick move when it's paid off for him so far.
Put themselves in a position to have the lap time that they needed with the pack. So they had to take
the dicing that's going on here.
put themselves in the way.
Your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to win the stage.
2 to go here. It's time to go.
Big run.
Track position, each stage points. How they going to
Outside
do it?
with the big run, I should say.
From the back. That's where they get established. You'll start seeing cars pick off one. And I like that run. Here it comes. Here it comes. Are you going to take it?
But what I just say about Tyler Reddick not too long ago? Hi, Tyler. Tyler Reddick, where do you come from? He hasn't been anywhere today. Last lap, stage 2. Here he is running P2 on the outside.
Until he felt uncomfortable with that transition.
Cindric won stage 1 in that close finish with Chase Elliott.
Going through turns 1 and 2.
Might want to keep that finish line camera handy there.
Kyle Larson started
Might need
last
it.
under penalty, served a 1-lap penalty, took 60 laps to get his lap back on the free pass, and here he is racing for the stage 2 win.
Well, there's a lot of cars
racing. You might need that finish line camera again.
Being this close to the
we saw it at the end of stage 1.
See some of those cars drop off out of the way when they realize they can't get stage points, but we've got a heck of a race.
Larson doesn't have any help.
Turn 4 to the start-finish line for the end of the stage 2.
A little momentum on the inside, a little more momentum on the inside, I should say.
Here they come through the triangle. Big push from Austin Cindric.
Logano wins stage 2.
It's everybody to the line. Cindric, Larson, Dillon, Chastain. The top 5.
All that inside momentum. There wasn't enough momentum on the outside to push Larson back.
Gibbs. Joey Logano, stage 2 winner.
Hey, Dane, it's playoff mode.
Reddick lost his help, too.
Look at the evidence. It's definitely
the whole outside lane wasn't as close together as the inside.
Playoff Wheezy is locked in. It's game time. Playoff guy is going nuts. Even Chuck's playoff jokes are funnier.
No, they are not. No, we did not see the game.
Sit yourself down and watch some NBA playoff basketball. Because we all know
it's not a thing.
It's clearly a thing.
He had to watch the momentum. The momentum was all on the bottom, and that's why.
Give me that gooey, crispy, crunchy, mouth-watering. Give me that creamy, dreamy, meaty topping. Give me that crispy coating. Papa John's. Better get you some. Try the trio before it's gone. Birmingham, touchdown. Houston, Ford, San Antonio, Arlington. The United Football League. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Right now at Old National, we've got this incredible checking offer.
Hey. Hi.
What? He's here for the checking.
I love checking.
Okay. You know what? For a bonus that big, fine. Bring on the checking.
Oh, it's not that type of checking. You just download the app.
Yeah, no, I'm stretching. Where do I sign?
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open a checking account at Old National, official bank of the Big Ten.
Hey neighbor, our road crew is doing a lot of maintenance on the roads. Make sure you follow the work zone signs to merge lanes and reduce your speed.
Thanks. If I see orange, I'll be sure to mind the signs and avoid the fines. Stay safe out there.
Work zone ahead. Slow down. Obey signs. And proceed with caution to advance. Heads up. Slow down.
I like how they tell you it's not a game, and yet they do the ad as if it's a game.
Visit itsnotagamillinois.com/arcade to play.
Yeah, I'm hoping the trend continues, Shadow.
You're a lifesaver. No problem. Always down to give a friend a lift. Jeez, traffic is wild today.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye out, especially for pedestrians.
test your skills in Stop for Pedestrians. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
When you put a Mahindra Roxor in drive, you can count on staying close to the grindstone. You'll be hay bale balling and heavy hauling, staying at it long after the cows come
Final
home.
stage.
So, all day
channel point
long,
prediction is
you
live.
stay strong. Get 0% or save thousands on a Mahindra Roxor HD during our spring sales event.
Next Sunday, NASCAR on Fox heads to the Monster Mile in Dover, Delaware. The High Bank Concrete will host the NASCAR Cup Series at 1 Eastern pre-race and green flag for the Worth 400, 2 o'clock Eastern. Next Sunday, you'll see it on FS1. Joey Logano has won stage 2. Here's Jamie.
And it's his first stage win of the year, so he'll be first onto pit road where he'll meet his pit crew. These group of guys made up of veterans, champions, and even a first-timer. Let's meet the 22 guys.
Joe Dilly, front tire changer. This is my first full season in Cup. Also, shark attack survivor.
Jake Seminara, I'm the rear tire changer, 19-year veteran, 2-time Cup Series champion with Kyle Busch and Joey Logano.
Jeremy Ogles, tire carrier, 2020 Most Valuable Pit Crew Award winner, 2022 Cup Series champion here at my home racetrack in Talladega from Birmingham, Alabama.
Graham Stoddard, Jackman, linebacker, University of Nebraska, 2-time Cup champion. Nick Hensley, gas
Bro,
man.
what a championship with Joey Logano and Kyle
And 19
Busch.
years later, I'm still gassing race cars.
Paul Wolf up on the box, former Busch North Series driver in NASCAR. Joey Logano's longtime crew chief, and Coleman Presley is the spotter.
Paul Wolf, of course, the 2012 Cup Series champion.
You know you're a bad man when a shark bites into you and spits you out. Did you hear that guy?
I heard that. I thought you were going to fall out of your chair right there.
That might be an in-team thing that they do, Shadow. I think there's a couple teams that do that.
That's right. Warm them up, boys.
Yeah,
Game on.
You better warm them up because.
Now, yeah, I know they used to have the McDonald's pit crew competition where the best pit crew at the end of the year
these boys need to be on.
won a prize money and a little
right
trophy.
For that team right now. We just met his guys. They're going to go into action at this moment.
Yeah, the entire NFL team does.
Early on in the race, still just a little bit loose, but
because the MLB does that.
Of Kyle Larson, he's been reporting an issue with the dash in that car. So in addition to 4 tires and fuel, they're going to reach inside.
When they win the World Series, the entire organization gets rings.
To be loosened up just a little bit to help out Jamie.
Austin Cindric led 16 laps so far today. Said he doesn't want it any tighter than it is. 4 tires. Wait on fuel. Went a little deep into his box, Mike.
Dylan had a quick stop, but they had to wait on fuel. Looks like Logano's going to win the race off.
Cindric will lead them off pit road with Larson and Chastain. However, 6 cars stayed out and did not pit. There's your stage 2 winner, Joey Logano. First time the 2 stages have gone caution-free at Dega.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi.
Things are looking up, I've got symptom relief. Control of my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And the majority of people experienced long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
I don't know. I'm not really curious about how much Logano paid for his hair or what method he used.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
I mean, you do still have to sustain.
Be in the race.
You can't be. You still have to sustain your company. I mean, how many teams have we seen shut down?
Trip for two
You
to
know?
the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race.
Yeah, 2017.
Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million.
In fact, that's when we had that crazy 500 was 2017. Which I continue to maintain that the reason that race was so crazy was because they introduced the stage
Men tell us
brakes.
when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
I'm just saying, it's
Bacon.
money does still make the world go around.
Introducing Applebee's new whole lot of bacon burger.
You've got to remember, it's the same thing even with sports like this. It still makes it's still a business. Money still drives the game.
At Ace, your backyard is right in our backyard. So when you need to feed your grass, remove the weeds, or wrangle those leaves, go to the best place that delivers on top brands like Ego, Toro, Steel, and Scott's. No warehouse store can match the convenience of your neighborhood Ace. So stop on by.
Well, we'll see. We've seen some crazy moments too, but at the same time, we've yet to see.
Around the block.
I don't think we're at the point yet where we're going to see the wrecking yet. Because I'll argue they haven't been up until really Buescher's move. I don't think I've seen them get like crazy yet. That's why I'm saying if we see a big one, it probably won't be till late in this
One of the big
race.
storylines coming into today that kind of has been playing out so far is, could Ford get its first win of the season? How much do you believe that storyline could follow through the rest of the race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling really good about it. You look at it, they've won both stages, and if you look, I mean, Logano's won here 3 times, Blaney's won here 3 times. Brad Keselowski, who we haven't talked a lot about, a 6-time winner here at Talladega. All those guys are still in the field. I feel like today might be the day Ford gets it done.
All right, take the Ford out of the equation. Which other driver could give them a run for their money?
I would say the most impressive to me has been Kyle Larson. The fact that he had that penalty early on, had to serve it, was a lap down. It didn't take him long to get back to the front, and we've seen him be able to race for the stage wins in both stage 1 and stage 2.
Fairly calm race so far, Mike, which means
It hasn't been. I've basically been for every Cup race so far.
Yes, it could, Shannon. That's always a possibility. Here at Talladega, where we're at the end of stage 2, time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Clint, who you got an eye on?
It's been 107 races since he's won. Brad Keselowski, 6-time winner here at Talladega. Got some strategy going his way already. He's the guy. He's in one of them Fords as well.
Well, I'm going to go with 2022 Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric. I love the
Some guys came
guts
back
that
to
it
pit
took
road,
to
it
pull
looks
up in
like.
front of that line, won the first stage, and I think he's in position to have a fast car and have a chance at the end of this race.
I'm leaning into Richard Brickhouse, Dick Brooks, Lenny Pond, Ron Bouchard, Bobby Hillin, Davey Allison, Phil Parsons, Kenny Trader, Brian Vickers, Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse, and Bubba Wallace, because they all got their very first win here at Talladega. I'm picking another first-time winner today.
I thought you were supposed to only pick one car. Mike picks half the field.
Well, it does say ones.
I got the rules right here.
Yeah.
There is an S behind that one.
He's also got a really good memory. I couldn't remember that many cars to save my life.
Even with a cheat card.
Yeah.
That's your Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Oh, yeah, well, I've been here the whole time, Baldwin, so...
Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile,
Hit that follow.
victory on the road ahead.
I'm not saying you gotta... I'm not saying you have to sub, but hit the follow button. Hit the follow button to put you in me in your recommended, so that way you'll be able to follow me when I come live for this stuff, so...
There's the Cheddars on board.
Let's get everybody's opinion.
Kyle Busch.
Short little 10-minute poll.
One of the favorites. We
get everybody's opinion before we start stage 3 here.
Well, the strategy just continues right here. We saw a whole bunch of cars while we were doing that last piece come down to pit road.
They swept the stages, and the stage winners are currently 1-2.
Every other car in the field behind them came into pit road to top their cars off with
short
fuel.
little 10-minute poll and see what you guys think.
Time on pit road, keeping that car
I can't set it for more than...
important to put yourself in
the channel point prediction is the only one I can do more than 10 minutes on. The regular poll I can't do more than 10 minutes on.
Getting ready to roll off for stage 3 and the Toyota Cam for Bubba Wallace.
Well, you're going to see a really different looking restart right here with all those cars that came an extra time. You're going to have single file line of cars.
62 laps to go.
These double wide cars that pitted correctly. The rest of the field will be single file. So something very unique that you don't typically see.
There it is, Kevin. You're exactly right.
Can we go these final 62 laps without a caution due to incident?
The longest line, so that was a long line.
19 different leaders so far today as Ross Chastain.
How about that? The last two spring race winners here on the inside right there.
Probably the weirdest restart.
Chastain 22, Busch last year.
You forget how we used to start single file, and for those of you that are new, you see all these double file restarts. All the restarts used to be single file, and they were too spread out like this one.
2009 was when was the first year that they implemented that. The double file restarts.
Pushing Chastain, Cindric into Logano.
Pocono,
You've
actually.
got three of the best blockers in the sport right there.
June of 2009.
Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, and Ryan Blaney. And that will be something that you have to do towards the end of this race. We saw it at the end of stage 2 with Joey Logano and Austin Cindric. Put on those mega blocks with a faster group approaching them, slowed them down, and kept themselves from going all the way to the back of the pack.
Couple Fords lined up on the inside there. Gregson trying to lead his teammate.
Their personal fastest lap of the race. The gloves are off. Well, the gloves are on, but the pedals right to the floor.
You said it, Kevin. Nobody more aggressive in blocking than Chastain. Maybe we listen along here to him and his spotter, Brandon McReynolds.
Still 2 by 2. Even lanes behind you now. Outside. Outside.
Side by side, 60 to go. Anybody's game at this point. I don't believe we actually have a car out of the race yet either.
See, that's good
check
intel
that,
right there. I love what
I
I
don't
heard
believe we
out
have
of
a car
Brandon
out of the
telling him,
race
all right,
yet
where's
either.
this energy coming from? Who has the better line? You can't see in your rearview mirror past the car behind you, so who's he have for help?
First time we've seen the two Childress cars working together today. The 8 of Kyle Busch, the 3 of Austin Dillon.
The thing that I like about Austin Cindric and Joey Logano, I feel like Austin Cindric racing with him, he's always been a really good pusher. Joey Logano.
Also, I realize this has not been a very long race either.
Well.
Yeah, the trust factor, right?
I mean, I'm at the stream is at 2 hours 35 minutes at the moment.
And push well, you push straight, you don't lean on one corner or the other and get me in trouble as far as turning me around.
And with your teammates like that, you have more of those conversations than you do with anybody else in the field. And knowing each other's likes and dislikes is very important.
Bummer, if we can make it to 50 to go here with that situation, I consider that a miracle in and of itself. You know,
36 cars on the lead.
Again, we're only 8 laps away from 50 to go. So
from first to 20th, 1 second.
Well, if I'm in the middle or the back of this pack, I'm starting to get antsy because the longer this race goes, the harder it is to pass. We've got coming to 58 laps to go. And I believe you want to start working your way to the front. Sometimes you don't really have that option until things start to get mixed up. But any opportunity that I have, I want to take the aggression level up a notch and put myself in a position to start gaining spots.
We'll see. The laps continue to wind down.
58 laps to go, 2 by 2. Talladega is known for 2 things: last lap lead changes and the big one. It's been an incident-free race here at Talladega today so far.
I wouldn't have said that, Mike.
I was born
I would not have said
but
that.
Psoriasis clipped them. Until I got
I don't want that to be the
most people got 100% clear skin.
I don't want that to be the
first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
Looks like you need a vacation. Just enter 5-Hour Energy's Where Will the Tide Take You sweepstakes. You could win a $10,000 dream beach vacation. Go to 5HETide.com to enter. Enter today and find out where the tide will take you.
Hilda Vanderkoy controls this hellhole. She kills my family. Tonight, her empire crumbles. Boy Kills World, rated R.
Do you know if you have milk right now? Do you know its condition? Are you afraid to look?
Yeah, well, the channel point prediction's up, Christian.
Who cares? Because now you live a life where fresh milk is always on hand. Your door.
The channel point prediction is up.
Free breakfasts.
It's been good, What If. I'm actually surprised. Other than they got single file for the after the pit stops, the green flag stops, but once they come back together, they pretty much have been. It's pretty much been 2 lanes much of the race. Like I said, we haven't had a yellow yet this race due to incident, and we're approaching 50 to go.
It wasn't the big one, but it was big for Christopher Bell.
I spoke too soon.
Under caution for cause.
I spoke too soon.
Well, it's not going to be the last time today as you see Justin Haley with a bunch of flat tires. Let's see what happened here, Clint.
Bell's back here. I'm looking down back there.
Right back here. It's Haley.
It's Haley and Bell who are both involved.
Now watch.
Oh yeah, they stacked up. Oh, Chase got into Haley.
Gets into Bell. Look how close.
Belly got into the back of Justin Haley.
Barely missing that. So close.
Elliott almost got a piece of the 20 car.
Up there.
Ooh, and Priest
checked up really hard. See a
braked
lot
real
of cars.
hard.
Chase
Briscoe spun, didn't hit anything.
Luckily, he spins himself out and
Brad got through it. Blaney,
down towards the grass
I think,
before
got
those
through
cars
it.
came down the racetrack. So lucky situation right there.
I can't believe it. Also, What If? Do you like me copying your style? Yeah, this is the hat.
Until they finally bottle up.
That was so close.
It was supposed to be a Christmas gift, but didn't get it till April.
Blaney
So
right in the middle of that gets rear-ended by Zane Smith.
Blaney might be okay. He might have a little tap to the rear bumper.
He had him everywhere.
From Zane.
Watch this accordion all the way up through him.
Oh yeah, you see the 38 car of Todd Gilliland actually pull up that red car right there with the generator logo on the front.
How did Elliott miss that?
Oh,
God,
Jesus.
wow.
Nearly got the quarter panel on the 20 car.
Couldn't put the
Yeah, the shirt I got first. The shirt I got quick, which I've worn before.
Not
But
a large amount of damage.
the hat I didn't get
Haley's
until
car, I don't
April.
think. Obviously, Bell got the blunt of most of it.
Like, damn.
A lot of damage on the front of him. He's done.
Checking up. Stay in middle. Watch your firm to come down.
Yeah, only one car really is going to be,
Yeah, and Briscoe's really
I think,
lucky
out of
that car
this,
spun out.
possibly,
He
and that
piled
being
nose
Bell.
first into those cars that came down the racetrack. Listen to the rear tires lock up.
Checking up.
Look at that, Clint. You see how aware he is. He had that thing downshifted into first gear, into neutral, whatever he shifted into right there, and then pulled it back.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Ryan Blaney's narrow escape.
He's going to get the little tap from Zane. Right there.
Wow.
Still made
He
it
got
through.
tagged from behind by Zane Smith.
Yeah, and you saw the right front fender on the 51 pop up when he hit the apron. Oh.
So at the moment of caution, Ross Chastain, at the last scoring loop that they crossed when the caution came out, he was ahead of Noah Gragson by just that much.
Chastain to be a leader here.
Larry, what's his setup? Probably going to be
Haley's
able to
probably
make it
done.
to the end from here, right?
Unless they tow it back.
I
They
would
might
say
be able to
pit road
tow it
will
back.
be very busy for fuel only. Yeah, it's still outside the fuel window, but I think now you're a lot closer than you were before that last caution. I would say pit, pack it full of fuel, and we'll go from there. But I can almost promise you this is not going to be the last caution.
I didn't see him get out of the car.
I agree
though.
with you on that, Larry. Let's hear
Well, he
some
might be
Larry.
okay to just tow it to the pit stop, but
I don't know why everybody stopped, but they sure did. Yeah, me neither. Before I get out of my mouth, you were in the back of him. Any damage you? Negative.
Yeah, and the only thing you hope that doesn't happen as we're looking at the front splitter light that right there when you rear end somebody that hard, you don't want the splitter to become detached from the nose.
Well, my old rule until recently was I always said 50 to
Cleaning
go.
up at turn number 3. Christopher Bell.
That was my old,
out of the race from this crash.
when I would watch these races, I'd always say, okay, wait till about 50 to go.
Introducing the most powerful Tacoma ever.
So thinking this caution is kind of like reset,
The
and
front door handle. Also known as the Seriously Wrong handle. Or the Whoa 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 handle. And even the No Me Gusta handle. Standard on the
I don't wear a hat often when my head itches
Toby,
so
why
much
aren't you
when I
eating your
wear it.
Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I want
I
to
like
save
this
the best
hat.
part for last.
I really
but it's
do. I'm
all
trying to
the
keep it
best
nice,
part.
you know.
I don't know where to begin.
Toby,
Don't want it to get tutor.
I just smell it.
The best part of Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull apart is all the parts. If it's been over 12 months, then it's time to give your cabin air filter a refresh.
Hold my bear.
Napa and ViroShield
Hold my
cabin
bear
air
meat.
filters keep your HVAC running smooth, filtering
Bear.
pollen,
Hold my
dust,
bear.
mold, and more. Available now at Napa Auto Care and Auto Parts locations nationwide.
Did you know you can save with GoodRx, even if you have insurance?
You know, I thought my prescription was covered until it wasn't.
At least you did. At least you did do it with your bare fists.
I work for myself, so I buy my own insurance. And I still check GoodRx.
I'm on Medicare. I check GoodRx because it can beat my copay.
Aww.
Like that.
Even if you have insurance.
Wait, how do I
GoodRx
gotta do it
can help you
right.
save.
We'll see you next
Like that.
time.
That's for everybody in chat. Everybody in chat. Share the love.
WeatherTech knows that trucks like yours can take a beating.
Are you sure? Bring it on.
But with WeatherTech's heavy-duty impact liner, you can safeguard the bed while throwing almost
You have to catch me
anything
first,
at it.
mate.
The underside features an innovative solution. Shock-absorbing rings disperse the impact of hauling, dropping, or dragging your cargo.
Wow, no damage.
Protect your truck from costly dents and scrapes with a rugged impact liner from WeatherTech. For even more protection, add these premium American-made products. Order today at WT.com.
We're up against some really bad guys.
You know I sent for you, what if?
That's pretty cool, actually.
So cool.
Yeah, I'm going to see that.
One last stunt. Going down in a blaze of
It made me stupid. We'll go see it
glory.
anyway.
They die at the end.
Exactly. Oh, amazing.
Watch this.
Rated PG-13.
Christopher Bell
I mean, it
is
isn't
out
the
of
fact that
race.
they've
Justin
used
Haley
the
was
Journey
pushed
song in the
back
trailer,
to pit
but
road, with flat front tires, but he's in his pit getting service, and here come
third
all the lead lap
Talladega.
cars.
Literally, that's all I can say is Talladega.
Pack it full and get them gone.
Careful in and out of the box.
Well, we had one caution which just happened due to an
Not
incident.
spending much time in those boxes, which means they're pulling out
So-
in and out in front of one another.
Yeah, we got to really watch. You see those fuel men, possibility to run over each other and drag the fuel can off as well.
So Logano's going to win that
Austin
race
Dillon, one
off.
of those that got impeded exiting his pit as other cars further back in line were pulling into theirs. So Logano picks up 3 spots, leaving pit road ahead of Barry, Gregson, and Cindric. The first 9 cars did not stop. They'll likely be in next time around.
Good day, sir.
Oh, wait. You like Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a Dr. Pepper in my fridge, but I don't. It's not a zero sugar one. I just haven't broken out yet. I got a 12-pack downstairs of just regular Dr. Pepper, but again, haven't broken it out yet.
It's a pepper thing.
Men tell us
Humble,
when they
how
use
did you
Just
get
for
a
Men to
bruise
eliminate
from
gray,
punching a
there's great
BLT?
before and after. Then there's the after the after.
I'm sorry, but it
That
sound like my
boost you
mom.
get
My
when
mom
you
gets
look and feel
bruised
your
really
best.
easily.
And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
Your local Ace is the largest national retailer of steel power tools. Gas or battery, you won't find this full lineup at a warehouse store. You can find it at Ace.
That's cool.
Order online and get free pickup or free assembly and delivery.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Sorry, party's canceled. Waiting on the cable internet guy.
First, I had cable, but those cold
Also, I know Hamill's gonna back me up on this.
he switched to
Scrubs
T-Mobile
FTW.
Moment Internet.
Oh, I can't stand T-Mobile after what they did to us, but
Get home internet from T-Mobile now. Just $50.
can't say I don't like this commercial.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor All, less work, more clean. Buy $20, get 5 back through May 31st.
Bacon, bacon, bacon. Introducing Applebee's new whole lot of bacon burger. Just $9.99 for a limited time. Applebee's, now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know, I've been telling everyone.
Liberty. Liberty. How many people did you tell?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty.
Sure, nobody's going with Cindric or Bush or
even at Talladega.
in the Channel 4 prediction so far.
Regan.
Mike, I've seen
That's
a lot
cool.
of things on pit road before, but this is an absolute first. This is Frenchie the Painter. He is from New Orleans. He is a live-action painter. Right now, as the race is going on, he's painting live-action pit stop from Chris Buescher's pit stall, doing a fantastic job.
That's cool.
Something new every time we come to Talladega.
That's pretty cool. Maybe he'll get to paint Victory Lane today. 51 laps to go. Now let's talk about the 8 drivers who have not pitted under this caution. Anthony Alfredo all the way back to Brad Keselowski. What's the thinking there?
You're out of my pay grade here, Mike.
Clint?
Well, I mean, if Larry, if they're going to, I'm going to pass it down too, but I would think if their thought was to stay out and top off at the end like we've seen in these other scenarios, you know, that would be the play. But now I would think with inside of, I mean, Larry told us it's 46 to go, or 46 laps is our fuel window, 50 to go here. That's close enough. You could probably save the fuel to get to the end, right?
But I think, Clint, if you didn't come the first time, you might as well wait till 1 to go. And that's what their plan is.
Okay.
Coming to 1 to go.
Which is what they're doing right now.
But now you lost your track position.
Fans here at the track are enjoying the perfect pair as Wendy's visits Talladega Boulevard. Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, and Shane Van Gisbergen got to play some mini golf, while hundreds of fans dined on fries and Frosties. Everybody found their perfect teammate
38%. Yeah.
with Wendy's.
If you're all thinking you're other by picking others, the 38.
Well, I told you, Keselowski, I like what he's doing. There's a lot of strategy going on. But that ride or fry, that Wendy's activation is unparalleled. Everybody was at that Wendy's activation. Free biggie bag, a Frosty. My gosh, a Frosty with them big old good fries. Kevin, I had a few of those, as a matter of fact. Not just a couple, I said a few. Every day they were giving away free biggie bags for everybody.
Well, if you're not with me now, you better be holding tight because we got 50 to go.
Some headaches.
So with 50 laps
Could
to go,
we see a first-time winner
everyone
today?
came in to top off except
I mean, it is Dega.
the first 7 cars.
I'm not going to put the poll in there,
one
but
lap ago,
could we
and
see a
that
first-time
leaves
winner today?
an even 5, let's say. Barry, Gregson, Hemrick, Burton, Van Gisbergen, who have 2 less laps.
Lane, no need to get negative.
Than everyone else.
Well, clearly, if it goes green to the end, you know.
Well, actually, if it's Logano or Cindric that win, you're not going to be happy either way. So yeah, let's bring on a Logano or Cindric win.
Now you're talking a track position game. You're going to have to go get it back.
Saturday on Fox, the United Football League continues with hard-hitting action. You'll see Birmingham, Houston, or San Antonio takes on Arlington. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Now, Arby's is the most expensive fast food, at least in my personal experience.
Kyle Busch lined up 11.
No, I'm not dragging you in,
Lane.
Lane.
Restart. We listened into their radio.
Depending on what the pace is.
We already have our stick that we do on Wednesday night, so.
5, 6 laps of your get home. 1 caution would probably get you where you need to be, or you aggressively save. That's going to help you out too, obviously. So, kind of a little bit of a tricky spot there. You got all that.
From stage 2, yes, I did pay that one off already, Corey.
We have the cars at the
The other one's already just, I think, closed out for the final stage. I think it just closed out. All right.
Got those two teammates matching.
Here we go.
Don't get those confused. That's tough on a spotter. Only difference is
pick your horse and let's go.
On the roof. That's what those guys can see.
Yeah, red roof for Barry, white roof for Gregson.
Chastain, the first one to dive to the third lane.
Two of those things leading that pack.
Look pretty smart right now, don't they?
McDowell behind him.
Here comes a big run. Chastain off the bumper of McDowell on that outside. Look at that run. Here they come.
Stuart Haas must have overstocked on decals this week.
Hemrick gonna jump out there.
There he is.
Ooh, watch Chastain.
Move up, take it.
He's gonna pick him up. I thought for a second Ross was gonna duck on him. I was like, I don't know about that yet.
Well, you definitely have a couple of different scenarios here. You know, you got the guys that are two laps shorter that stayed out.
Honestly,
the other guys came in to top
say what you
off,
want.
So it's
I wouldn't mind having that one car behind me pushing me, though.
It'd be interesting to see if they can make
I would not mind having Ross behind me pushing me as my first partner. He's going to put Hemrick to the lead here.
Time and time again. Nobody with no help.
Yeah.
As soon as he gets up there, doesn't matter what lane he's in, the outside, the middle, or the bottom, nobody will go with him.
Daniel Hemrick has been impressive. This is the third time that he has put that 31 out front today.
Here comes
in-car camera
back to the front
blinking
where he
there.
started this race. You know that car's got some speed in it.
Yep, that's McDowell out there.
McDowell won his second career pole here.
Then you got Dillon and Suarez on that top lane. Bowman back there too, as is Gilliland. I'm still watching that very outside lane.
Sure that they're going to be where they need to be from their
I mean, that's where all the pushes to the lead have come from. Has basically been from that outside lane.
In that first 5, 6, 7 cars that stayed out.
If you had to tell me right now where that winning push is going to come, I think it's going to come from that lane.
They're going to need help.
This will all play out.
I can't tell you who it's going to be, but
you see Michael McDowell, our pole sitter from today.
He had a speeding penalty. He had to serve Rowdy. Rowdy, that's why he was back there. I don't know where he is at the moment, but
well, they know, to your
with all the
point,
shuffling
Kevin,
with coming in and topping off and all that, I think he's still on the lead lap. I think he's back in the field right now trying to come back through.
As hard as you can, force those guys to put more fuel down, burn fuel, make sure they have to pit as well.
No, Scotty. Well, it's close. Everybody that just topped off on the one to go is probably within a lap or two of making it. They're like a lap or two short.
Yeah, so Kyle
of the high end of the window, so it's very close right now.
50%, you see Michael McDowell, 100%.
Now, if we see the big one and that caution, I think those guys are going to be able to make it. It's just a matter of when we see that.
He spent Wednesday giving rides.
I did. What if that was 2022? I streamed that. I streamed when I did that. I was like, I stunned myself when I said it because I couldn't believe that I had actually called it.
Up in front of the pack, we've seen that 21 Wood Brothers Ford Mustang and Harrison Burton up in the front of the pack a lot today, and here they
didn't make it so far last year. Last year I said I took Keselowski, and well,
speaking of round numbers,
he didn't make it through the second round. So
changes so far for this season. This is only the third time in NASCAR history where we've had 300 lead changes in the first 10 races.
Damn.
Well, we've had some very unique races
this
year. I would put this one into
300 lead changes in the first 10 races. It's the first time we've had
different
that.
Strategies and scenarios have played out, and we still have, a couple scenarios that have to play out towards the end of this race. But I would say,
well, whoever's leading is going to be the most questionable on fuel attrition. I'll reword that. They're going to be the most questionable because they're going to burn the most fuel.
The closer we get to the end of this race,
but if they start slowing the pack down to where they can save fuel,
and look at the urgency
that may change.
Of these drivers now trying to position themselves.
Look at that top lane.
Trying to be right up there with that front pack. That's 12 cars under a blanket right there.
Well, that's what's impressive about
Bowman
McDowell.
hasn't won
Noted, you knew that car had the speed
since Vegas, 22. Todd Gilliland's never won. Brad Keselowski, the longest winless drought among active Cup drivers.
All within that first 2 laps. Came
Kyle
right
Busch.
back to the track position that he had at the start of this race. Pretty impressive.
Actually, excuse me, I think it's Justin Haley that actually has the longest active win streak, so I need to correct on that. Justin Haley actually has the
Well, we've been
longest.
watching the throttle
It's
trace,
Justin,
Mike,
then it's
and
Brad.
He goes 100% very, very little. He's down in the 60% range quite a bit. Right now, our fuel predictor says, though, he can only run about 38 laps. So when you look at that, compared to 44 to go, definitely short right now.
Nope, that was Suarez.
There are Richard Petty laps to
That was
go
the 3 wide photo
Talladega.
finish flavored.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places
Yeah,
you'd
the
like to
Logano
be,
one. Oh yeah, last year, yeah.
like here and here.
Yeah, last year.
Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
He won the first race in Atlanta
Farxiga can
last year.
cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast
Byron,
infections,
another
and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull-apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part. I don't know where to begin.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
Maybe I just smell it.
The best part of Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull-apart is all the parts.
Under the sun, more than just the sun is shining. Under the sun, a peaceful young and lover pining under.
Well, it's not that they haven't won on a
Your
plate.
Wyndham is waiting. Because after crushing yesterday's meeting, you deserve a little me time. With 24 trusted brands by Wyndham to choose from, your Wyndham is waiting. Get
What do you
the
want them to
lowest
do?
price
They'll
at
run out of gas if they
wyndhamhotels.com.
if they run full throttle.
here.
They won't make the finish.
Anyone want a Coors Light?
Oh shoot, I forgot to play the song. I got a guy who can fix this.
You give, and you give. Now it's time to get.
They have to run
Straight
half
Talk
throttle
Wireless.
to save fuel.
You get unlimited data talking.
You can't run it wide open.
Get America's most reliable 5G network. You get to choose who gets on your family plan starting at just $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It doesn't have to be family.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit.
Yeah, it was
every
18.
time.
It was 18 gallons, I think, at one
You can keep
point
your
that they
ride
had.
alive.
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull-apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part. I don't know where to begin.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
Maybe I just smell it.
The best
Sure.
part of Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull-apart is all the parts.
You like that?
The Geico 500
Michigan.
on Fox is sponsored
From the
by
mitten.
eBay Motors and by Wendy's Fries and Frosty. The
Born and
perfect
raised.
pairing. 40 laps to go at Talladega. Make that 39. 1 lap ago, 23 cars were in the lead draft. Now it's 34 cars long, and one of those in 8th place, the New Zealander, Shane Van Gisbergen. Multiple champion in the Australia Supercar Series. First time on an oval track in a stock car. Last year he won on the streets of Chicago in this series. It's been an interesting
About midway in the
acclimation,
song.
and we put together some of his in-car radio.
How's the car driving? Yeah, moving around.
On the log of some laps. Got 39 and 38 to go, so gotta start logging laps.
I didn't even think about that. That's good info. It's okay. He likes the car lead, NASCAR stuff, so keep doing that. A little feedback from the pit crew here. They want you to be, you know, when we're changing tires, you can be more aggressive coming into the box. Just slide them, you know, lock them up and slide them. They like it when you lock them up. Okay, copy.
Well, he's given a great account of himself, running here in the top 10 with under 40 laps to go.
Yeah, is that a right foot or a left foot, guys?
What the heck's a foot?
Well, they have the metric system over there.
That's
so.
right, and Shane's done a great job. He's run you know, several Xfinity races now.
No, they haven't.
On super speedways, road
especially
courses.
Daytona.
First Oval Cup race here.
Dega, yes, I can almost argue Dega, but not Daytona.
But he's doing a great job.
Daytona was always a handling racetrack, so it was a matter of how long you could stay full throttle before the car wore out. Tires wore out. But there ain't no way in hell Daytona's all been about being full throttle. Dega, yes. Dega, 100% yes. Not Daytona.
We're going to run like hell. We're not going to let people save fuel, and right now he's 100% throttle around this racetrack.
Well, it's yeah, as you see,
Brad's going for it, you know.
I think that's
last win was here, 2021.
We're not going to make it. Let's
3
make
years
these guys
ago.
Run hard. And
This race 3 years
the first
ago.
Two cars there of Michael McDowell, Todd Gilliland, Brad Keselowski.
No, Daytona's always been a handling
trying to
racetrack.
make everybody pick up the pace.
Back before it was paved, it was a handling racetrack. Oh, we got some pitters.
Oh, pit stops. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we got some pitters back there. 22, yep. 22 was the first year at RFK.
6 cars have come to pit road, including Tyler Reddick.
Reddick is in, Bubba, Nemechek, Jones, Gibbs.
Toyotas, all of them.
Yeah, and this is what
Truex,
we talked about earlier. There's some
Hamlin.
of those gamblers out there, some of those guys that feel like they can mix the strategy up and put themselves in a better position by getting out of the pack where everybody's saving and just come into pit road and get ahead of the game. Larry?
Guys, if they stay organized doing fuel only, if they'll get organized and lined up, they should be able to stay on the lead lap. And should that caution
all the
come,
Toyotas came together. It's the strategy.
They have got that track position.
That's their strategy.
They pitted with 37 to go.
They're forcing everybody else's hand.
Well, they're not necessarily all organized. You see the gap in between them. There's 4 cars out in front of the other 2.
They're going to try to force everybody's hand. They know they can make it now.
Probably can't afford to widen out Kevin and let them, though.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick got out first.
And the leaders have realized that. I mean, the pace now, the last lap was a 50-66, so they've realized that they wanted to push the pace, and now everybody's realizing that they need to push the pace because these guys pitted early. They're a little bit unorganized, the cars that just pitted.
Gregson trying to lead that top lane.
To start to run some better lap times.
But those lead cars, they have formed up in 2 organized groups.
Look at them widen out here, Kevin. What are they doing?
Yeah, when they widen out like that, they're just trying to create a bigger hole to just let those guys pull up faster.
Which is exactly what happened. They caught them and put them right back single file.
Good catch.
All right, 34 to go.
So McDowell leading the race, as you see in the map. At
Well,
the
we'll
top
see.
of the
We'll see
screen.
which one works out. I guarantee you, though, you won't see those Toyotas back to pit road unless there's an incident involving
So
one of them.
here's Kyle Busch's team reacting to those Toyota pit stops.
The Toyotas just pitted, so they topped off so they could run hard this whole time. So we're trying to get a plan here.
Well, they threw the first shot over the bow, and they are just like
they threw the first shot.
All of them, they're single file.
I can't see it's a white car.
All those Toyotas together. That's a good move. It's going to force these guys off their
Could be the 51. It could be Haley.
Are 35 seconds back of the leader.
I mean, he's still on the racetrack. Him and McLeod laps down, but they're still on the racetrack. So
50-30.
it could be the 51.
We see the Toyotas right there. The first car was a 50-07. Cars pulling up 49.9s and 49.7. So
that pack's in trouble.
That pack's in trouble. They're gonna have to make another plan or commit to running. As long as they
never mind. Big one.
Bubba Wallace and Eric Jones.
Oh my goodness.
That's exactly what happened. You couldn't do that. They were single file.
Somebody got loose. Somebody got loose because Jones got sideways.
This is the group, the Toyota group guys. They were single file driving off.
And then got hooked.
Talking about getting into turn 3.
What in the world?
Denny Hamlin is
got a piece of it.
Down in the apron. Oh, and John Hunter Nemechek.
Nemechek.
So that is half
Well,
or more of
fuel's
the
no longer a story
taken
now.
out in this crash.
Fuel's no longer going to be a story. You pay here, that's it. You can make it from here.
Let's get a replay and see what happened here. What went wrong?
I got to see that again. Because it looked like Jones got loose, it looks like, but I don't know if he got hit. He might have gotten hit.
John Hunter Nemechek, it appears, got into the back of one of those two cars.
Might have been teammates. Nemechek may have gotten to the back of his teammate.
Okay, here it is. John Hunter Nemechek. You see,
John's 2 cars back. Bubba's the one behind Jones.
Well,
see him move.
Oh yeah, Jones was just pushing Bubba. Jones was shoving Bubba, and Nemechek was shoving Bubba, and they got Jones out of shape.
You see the back of those cars moving around. Look at that.
Look at that. They're basically chain pushing at that point.
They come down.
Jones's car gets sideways there, and they're all connected.
They're not lined up, I guess is the best way to put it. It just gets them out of whack.
Now, Denny Hamlin was to the inside. Somebody must have slid down into him off the banking.
That is a good plan gone wrong.
Good Lord.
Well, let's watch for Martin Truex.
Well, Toyota honestly didn't need a caution. They needed it to do what it was doing. They had them right where they wanted them, kind of.
Came down and tagged the 11.
Now, obviously,
until that happened.
Very hard on one another, capitalizing on this opportunity that they gave themselves. But
yeah, and you just see those cars go over those. Oh my gosh, what a big shot by Eric Jones. But you see those cars go over that bump, and all of a sudden they're misaligned.
Boy, they had them. They had these guys on the ropes.
Yep. That's what I was going to say. They basically forced that other pack into the situation that they did, and man.
Now we'll get NASCAR's view from the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek.
They're just pushing. Jones got loose, and when that car got sideways, close as they were together, there just wasn't going to be any.
Wow, he hit Hamlin really hard.
There's nothing you can do in that situation.
The outside wall at almost a 90-degree angle.
By the time you try to check up, you're being pushed into it.
Martin Truex and Ty Gibbs got through of the 6 Toyotas that all pitted together.
Well, we talk about living on the side of aggression.
I see what this is going to do, though.
They all realized that they were in the right spot to be able to put themselves in position to gain a bunch of time.
Like Truex and
capitalize, but it is so easy
Ty
to get
Gibbs
yourself in trouble over those bumps.
Are still in a good situation here because they both know they can make it.
But it is so rigid. In order to
they could stay out while everybody else comes in and gain the track position here.
Over that tunnel in turn 3, and they
Reddick
just
as well, I
got
should say.
right there, and that is a really good plan gone bad.
Well, it definitely jumped Jones's car up sideways, which put Wallace's car on the wrong side of that. Got it wiggling, stacks them up, and they got run over. But
that's
I
just
cannot emphasize enough.
If you're going to put it on one person, you put it on Nemechek, but at the same time, yeah, what can you do? They were pushing, they went into the corner, Jones's car got sideways right here. All 3 cars jump up the hill, and you can't back off. I mean, you literally cannot back off when something like that happens in front of you. Sucks for Jones and for Bubba, who are having great runs, especially Jones.
That is just the worst way to hit right there.
But not much you can do there.
Look at that car, just absorb that. Look at the safer barrier. Absorb.
Tell you what, it does be good to see that wall give like that, though. I can tell you how many wrecks we've seen in the past, say 20 years or so, where you see that barrier give like it does.
6 Toyotas pitted together, 4 of them involved in that crash. And pit road is open. Michael McDowell leads them down. Looks like almost all of the
and I'm not going to trust any rumors until we hear confirmation.
But for everybody else to take all the questions out of it.
Sure did. Saved a lot of them.
Very, very similar hit, I think, to Blaney's hit at Daytona last year. A lot of gas and goes.
Gregson, the way they come off pit road. Now Carson Hocevar did not stop, along with a couple of others.
Yeah, see the backhand snapped and then it came back around again.
Out of the 500 here in Talladega.
Toyota Racing is looking for iron stomachs that can stand the pressure. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing. Toyota Racing is looking for quick draw thumbs that leave their own smoke trail. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too. That's why
Well,
we're.
yeah, I was gonna say that's honestly that risk could come no matter who that was there in that one. Shadow. It's just whenever you have a pack like that, running like that, in a line, something happens. There's no being able to check up.
Really? Look how the brushstrokes follow the line on a gas tank.
Hey!
Brought my +1. Jamie.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most
Product
reliable
of this type of
5G
racing,
network in
you
America.
know.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or
You'd see this even with the old pack racing, say back in
in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's
say
your
15,
Verizon.
20 years ago, you'd see the same thing. Granted, it was in a pack versus just single file.
All the parts you
One
need
guy gets
at the
bumped
prices
wrong
you
and
guaranteed to fit.
gets a
every
little
time.
sideways, has to check up. Everybody else can't
So
check
you
up,
can
and
keep your ride or die
mayhem.
alive.
Bacon, bacon, bacon. Introducing Applebee's new whole lot of bacon burger. Just $9.99 for a limited time. Applebee's.
23.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
This summer.
Seriously, Shadow,
Competition.
do you not remember something that happened like within a year?
And balls collide. Avoid the splash. Get the cash. It's television's ballsiest quiz show.
Why are they risking you?
She's the oldest. She's had enough time to live.
The Quiz with Balls premieres Tuesday, May 28th.
Who says size doesn't matter?
On Fox.
I think this weekend is really important for Ford. If A Ford does not win this weekend, it is an absolute failure. With everything they have going on, they need to win the race this weekend. They have to. A Ford has to win the race this weekend to stop the bleeding.
Strong words on the Happy Hour podcast. New episode
Problem
every Tuesday
is,
and
Kevin
Thursday.
saying that is, I don't think that Ford's in rough shape, even if they
NASCAR
don't
on
win
Fox.
those
It's becoming the
races.
Harvick family podcast.
So,
Well, it can be for
man,
sure.
it helped him.
Piper and I. Oh, where are you going? Now you're going to be shy, but this is the
Camera
great part
shy.
about retirement, folks. I get to bring Keelan and Piper to the racetrack and have fun and not worry about how hard I have to hit anything or stressing out about fuel mileage or anything like that. So, who's this? Rex? We got Rex.
Cool.
Regan?
Well, Bubba Wallace checking a release from the infield care center. Bubba, we saw the contact going into turn 3 there, kind of looking like maybe there was a bump there.
Bubba's got more cup wins than some guys right now. So.
No, I just we were all pushing really hard to keep our line going. We had a plan and just didn't execute it as well as we should. So, hate it for our Lidos team. Look forward to running these places, and then you just get trapped in somebody else's mess. But I hate it. It doesn't make us look good at all. But all in all, we'll just reset and go to Dover. We got a long way to go. We're fine. Just frustrating.
Thanks, Bubba.
Took a while there to get Eric Jones out of his car.
I mean, hell, Bubba Wallace has
Rejoin
more
Regan.
cup wins than Austin Cindric.
Denny Hamlin also checked and released from the care center. Denny, it seemed like you were maybe going to have that clear right there. How late was it when you got clipped, and could you do anything different?
I'm not sure. I didn't. I just saw the 43 get turned, and then I got turned. So I'm really not sure which one all happened first. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Obviously, there was a bad push up towards the front, and it wiped us all out. So it's just poetic.
Thanks,
That's all I got. Sorry.
Thanks, Denny.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin looked like he had this one missed. And then cars quickly came down track and swept him up in it. He took a hard hit to the outside. Glad he's okay.
Well, like I said, we'll see what happens. We're going to have what, 20. I think they're going green this time, so I think we're going to have the 27 to go.
Well, it's going to get good. I can promise you
No,
that.
he's got two.
This is going to get physical.
Doesn't matter. He's got 2 wins.
You know, we saw the strategy play out with the Toyotas, and I feel like you, Clint. I feel like they had
like I
the
said, if
upper
you're going to start
hand
playing
right
that game, I'll say Dale Jr. was given Phoenix in 2015, which was his last win.
In one lane, 3 Toyotas leading.
And Chase Elliott was given Road America, Coda in 21.
Well, you see Tyler Reddick.
We could play that game all night.
Truex and Gibbs.
All right.
Who missed that wreck right there? That were in that group.
27 to go.
McDowell, Daytona 500 winner. Reddick, Keselowski, 107 races. It's been Truex, never a super speedway win. Gregson, new to this 10 car. Kyle Busch, you know he's hungry. Gibbs, his first win.
Well, the first 12 haven't won this year.
All right.
Look out.
Yeah.
Eric Jones, good news.
It's good. It's go time. If whatever you got now, it's go time. 27 to go.
7 laps to go when they get to the line.
And if you're not going now, I don't know what to tell you. Don't worry, John. You're not the only one. All I can say is, if you're saying that, you better hope that the guy you root for hasn't won a rain race. Because I'll call you a hypocrite in a nanosecond.
It's a good scenario for them. A good line. Nobody can take it from you.
Third lane trying to get going with Blaney and Priest.
Bumpers locked up with Keselowski and McDowell.
I think they need another car up
they
there.
They just got to be careful over that patch into turn 3. We saw it with just a few cars. These
and
cars
he's still trying out there to get it, but again, nobody up there yet.
Those Toyotas that just wrecked. So definitely you got to be on your toes back there, but one of the best in the business at pushing right there. And Brad Keselowski, we've seen him push some cars and spin a bunch of them out.
He went up the hill a little bit there. I don't know if that was
he's going to push as hard as he can to try to
tinted.
put himself in position to win.
But he's right there, right there, a factor.
Let's join Regan with Eric Jones.
Well, Mike, Eric Jones taking the hardest hit in that incident right there. First off, Eric, are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm a little sore, but, you know, be all right. I don't know, the 23 was pushing us there. Obviously, we were pushing and shoving to try to make time with our strategy, and, you know, I got pretty sideways getting into 3 and tried to gather it up, and then ended up really hard into the wall. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, I hate it for my team and my guys. Obviously wanted to work out and have a good run, but I'm all right. That's a good thing. It was a hard hit, and at the end of the day, I guess you're going to be dumb. You got to be tough, so keep rolling.
All right, thanks, Eric. Glad you're okay.
Starting to see McDowell moving around, man.
25.
The runs that are coming.
Burt now trying to lead that top lane with Blaney.
Can't be slow to that block, though, and miss. Obviously,
we need more cars up there to get that third lane going. It could be the key lane, but you need more cars up there if you're going to make it work.
That momentum down to that outside line. Just don't miss.
Nobody else is jumping up there yet.
Textbook.
Yeah, and that's where that spotter really comes into play as to where the momentum is, because we can see which lanes are stacked up right here, which lanes are going forward, and that's what those spotters are looking for as well. Which lane is moving to help Michael McDowell know, not only from his mirror but from the roof, what the opinion is on where he needs to go.
Still 31 cars on the lead lap and in this lead draft in contention.
Like I said, I'm still looking at that marker. 15 to go.
I see the Ford cars still able to push.
If we make it past that point green, 5 to go is when you want to start making that, building that run and going.
If you look on that outside row, Truex even.
I said that yesterday in another stream that was doing the Xfinity race.
Yeah, there you see it right there.
Yep. As soon as they touch one another, it's kind of like a arrowhead hits it. And
I believe so, Flavor. I think everybody's good to go the distance. Not sure with overtime, but I'm sure if we go the regular distance, everybody is good.
Under this caution, it's because they had just pitted under green 6 laps.
Everybody should be good to go.
Lots of speed in that 34 car. That's your pole
Yep,
sitter.
so I'm seeing the outside lane form. I don't know who. I can't see who's leading it.
It's exactly where that car needs
Hemrick.
to be efficient.
Now
Utilize
LaJoy.
that speed in front of everybody.
Yeah, and you see that middle lane when Todd Gilliland come up behind
Joy leading
Kyle
that
Busch right there to make up
outside
that
lane.
gap. And that middle lane will really get a big run when you get those gaps and people pull out of line to try to go top or bottom.
Quick block by Busch.
Still watching it. Extreme outside, the third lane, I should say.
22 laps to go. Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick leading at Talladega.
22 to
We'll
go.
take you back side by side one more time.
This season, Toyota Racing is looking for jaw droppers.
Break for Martin Truex right there, the fastest lap of the day.
Iron stomachs that can stand the pressure.
Kyle's there. He's fourth in the outside
Quick
lane.
draw thumbs that leave their own smoke trail. So hold out tight and strap yourself in. This season, we want you. Join us at
Yeah,
Toyota
overtime would be the only question with fuel, but
Bacon. Introducing Applebee's new whole.
well, he was
lot of
middle of the
bacon
three there
burger.
for a second.
Just
He's in the outside lane right
$9.99
now. I'm not sure what position he's in, but I know he's in that outside lane, just a couple cars behind his
When we say
teammate.
it'll be on time, they expect it to be on time.
Turn shipping to your advantage.
Keep those expectations with reliable ground shipping.
Thanks, Brandon.
21 to go.
USPS Ground Advantage.
Craftsman's back on track with Deal of the Race. During this year's Craftsman Truck Series, we're giving race fans rockin' deals on tools to power through projects. Because teams and fans alike trust Craftsman to get the job done right.
Curb appeal begins with Craftsman. It's got
Priest trying to lead the outside lane. I don't know who's behind him.
Scan now for the current Deal of the Race. From outdoor care
I saw
to
two
home
cars
and
out there
repair.
trying to
Do
work
it
the third
fast.
lane.
Do it proud.
Do it with Craftsman.
We believe in the 2-minute drill, goal line stands, toe taps, strip sacks. We believe in beer snakes, the giddy up, and whatever this guy's
20
doing.
to go.
We believe in speed and power, hustle and grit, and that nothing is more
Now remember
dangerous than a
Daytona.
man with a dream.
I'll bring that up because we know what happened at Daytona. We had the big one late that set up the eventual end of that
7
race.
Eastern on Fox.
Got to keep that in
What does it
mind.
take to become a legend? Maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Well, what they need is just more cars to explore that third lane. Right now, they've only had maybe at most maybe 4 or 5 cars that have tried to go
That's why
out
we
there.
protect all your vehicles here, but hey, nothing wrong with sticking it to the boss.
Oh, Flo, you gonna take that?
Doesn't mean that they can't get that lane going again. They may still get it going. It's just a matter of they need a couple cars to start
We never
getting it
actually
going.
discussed hierarchy.
Okay, why don't we just stick to
I wouldn't wait too late though to get it going.
home or auto with his boat or RV.
Wait, I thought Jamie was the boss.
19 to go.
Because I'm not boss material.
19 laps to go. Michael McDowell trying to hold back both lanes now, with Reddick on the outside and Keselowski on the inside. Jamie.
I was here 11 years ago.
McDowell before the start of
The
this
front
race,
row
he
went to
said,
Victory
"I love
Lane
where
with
we're
that
starting
car
off."
number.
He said leading this race is exactly
David
where I wanna
Reagan.
be all day long. I want to control the pace. Well, the good news is the team told him he is good to go on fuel, and Michael was quick to note, I've pushed a few guys to Victory Lane at this place, but I've never had the push I need to drive it into Victory Lane. Perhaps that changes today.
Been quite a day
Both lines are about even.
Oh, you see that outside lane has got themselves to be door to door with Michael McDowell, so he's not going to have
18
any
to go.
luxury of working both lanes to try to keep both lanes at bay, as they've worked themselves all the way back to the front of the pack and side by side with his car.
All Fords on the inside, 3 Toyotas in front of Kyle Busch's Chevy on the outside.
Well, that's my question. All right, if we do inch ahead of him and I need my help, and that help is Truex and Gibbs behind him, do I move down, take that line away? Man, Keselowski can lock bumpers and push, Kenny.
Yeah, and that's all about timing that run off of turn 2, and when you can utilize that.
Truex
whole
has
straightaway
never won a
and that is
Cup Super
really
Speedway
good at
race.
Getting his momentum correct. You see those cars behind him.
He's sitting
get
there.
up to the back bumper, and he's being really
Ty
good
Gibbs,
at
who's never
timing
won
it
a
on the
Cup
straightaway
race
right
yet.
here. You see it again. He kind of just pushed him out there that time, but off of turn 2, he's
Todd
been doing a
Gilliland's
really
still
good
in the
job
middle of
getting
this.
that timing right, and you see him right out of the trial.
So many
right
stories
to the
up
back
here
bumper,
right now.
instead of having a gap and having to lift before he gets out of the trial.
17 to go.
His car reacts faster than others. You saw him get tight getting into 3, created a little bit of a gap there, and then it drove straight back to the bumper, quick to react.
Yeah, and one thing that Larry just said in my ear is a strategy that I preferred to do on a super speedway. Instead of lifting off the throttle, you'll drag the brake a little bit to be able to keep the RPM up and just check that car up just a
he
little
won
bit
3
with
straight.
a little bit of brake pressure.
Bumble.
So I always thought
3
that
straight.
allowed me to be a little bit closer
04, 05, and
It's
06 in
obviously not something you can
the
do the whole race,
Ben
but at
Busch
the end,
series.
You can do that.
16 rows back, 2 by 2, 31 cars in the lead draft within 2 seconds of the lead. Larry Mack, 16.
I remember because I watched all 3 races.
What I did, Mike, I went back and looked at the last 9 super speedway races
Larry,
between Daytona and Talladega
what'd I say?
in the Gen 7 car area. And
What's
it
that number say?
skewed because of one race 2 years
15
ago
to go.
where we ran the final 68 laps caution-free at Talladega, but the average of the last caution, 15 to go, which today would be laps 173. We've had 4 overtimes in those 9 races. Talladega, in fact, has had a combined total of 18 overtime finishes.
Wow.
Be 15 to go when they get to the line.
Well, I want to go back to that strategy of Brad Keselowski and the dragging of the brake, because it also helps you in the corner.
I still think
as well.
I'm watching to see if somebody
he's really doing a good
starts
job of
working that
utilizing
third
that to
lane.
make the timing
I
right
still
when
say
he
that's
runs
where the
off
winning
straightaway.
move's going to come.
Gregson got in the left rear
I'm
corner,
waiting to
Reddick
see if anybody does.
really
We've seen a couple of guys adventure there, but we haven't really seen them group up to run up there.
The complete melee.
The Toyotas don't seem to be doing much bump
I'm still holding that third lane is going to be the key to winning this race.
with McDowell's number 34.
That's the only way you can break these 2 lines at the moment.
Drove off from Keselowski, but a huge shot from Noah
Buscher's up
Gragson
there
into
with
Keselowski
Burton.
drove him right back to that bumper of McDowell.
14 this time.
Momentum is so powerful, the energy that's created from those lines.
So McDowell able to work both
Those
lanes.
blocks and that communication with that spotter are so crucial, the timing of that.
3 years ago,
Cannot
as
be
of this
off
race
just a
for
little bit.
Brad.
You'll either miss it or cause the melee.
Talladega, the scene of Keselowski's last trophy.
Will
But
this
it's
be
been a while.
the break? Will this break the streak for that 6 car too? That 6 car has not won a cup race. This is David
He's in
Reagan.
a good spot for it, Mike.
July Daytona, 2011.
6-time winner here.
That was the last cup win for that 6 car in a points race.
Got a lot of help with those.
Obviously,
Stewart
Brad
Haas
won
cars
the
behind him.
dual race a couple years ago,
Good
but
scenario of Ford in front of him.
Well, there's 16
Look at
guys. The first 16 cars have not won a race this year, and there's several of them that were on that list. I've been on that list, obviously. 115
Reddick now gonna go to
races.
the
We
point.
talked about it on the podcast this week. We
13
lost our
to go.
sponsor that day and came out and was able to beat Jamie McMurray to the start-finish line and break that streak. So Talladega is a place that all these guys know, especially the guys that are up in the front. This is a place where you can make it happen.
Now, last time by, Reddick was the leader at the line, but going off into turn number 1, McDowell again.
you can't do that,
And
Thomas. You
Gregson,
can't. I don't think you
he's
can
on
wait till the last lap, because you wait till the last lap, the
Keselowski
caution comes out, the race is over.
Yeah.
So if you're going to start making a move, you have to start building
As
it
this race
now.
gets closer and closer to
I'm
the end, the
watching
pushes will get harder and harder.
Buscher
until
and
it's
Burt
hard.
are trying to draft together, working a third lane, but there's nobody
I've
else
seen
with them.
Truex off the bumper, Reddick slamming that thing.
I think if they could get some help, I think they could make that outside work. They just need some help. They need more cars with them.
It causes accordion effect down in the back in the field too.
So I'm still watching behind to see if anybody's going to go with them, because they're still trying to make it work.
Those guys are doing that up front. It just gets way worse as it goes back through the field.
Toyota and Chevy at the front, or Toyota and Ford at the front.
They're waiting.
Chevys are Busch and Chastain.
They're waiting, Hamill. It's not that they have the balls. They're waiting. Like I said, 5 to go. That would be my call. 5 to go is when you need to be working that third lane and start going.
12 laps to go at Talladega.
Gives you enough time to make a run up there and give you time to try to pass the leader before the white flag.
It's been a pretty calm day through stages 1 and 2. here at Talladega. First two stages caution-free. Chris Buescher threading the needle with Ryan Preece
11 to go.
as the Penske cars tried to hold them back. And Ford swept the stages with Cindric and Logano. 6-car pileup back at lap 133. Christopher Bell went to the garage in that one. As Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney.
When it comes to this race, we know when it comes to Talladega, at least the last two fall races, I've had a last lap pass for the win.
Who got into Eric Jones, and then Nemechek caught Denny Hamlin sliding down off the banking.
Somebody working the top again up there. I just seen that in the outside shot.
Out of this race.
They can get some more. I want to see another shot and see who's trying to lead. There is a third lane trying to form.
Out front, battling Tyler Reddick on the outside lane with help from the 19 of Martin Truex as we come to 10 to go.
And right there you saw Tyler Reddick be so close to being able to clear Michael McDowell, and that would be what he would prefer, to try to control both lanes instead of this constant back and forth as to
yeah, I'm watching the 17 and 21. They keep hooking up on that third lane. They need help. They need somebody up there with them. But they're making a little bit of headway each time. They just need more cars with them.
That car, you can see the aggression. He's able to drive right to the bumper and push in pretty hard. Have to be very careful on that, though.
Nine laps to go.
That outside lane seems to be able to stay more consistently lined up. I think with the big runs that Brad Keselowski and Noah Gragson keep getting, and right there you see Brad is able to actually clear Tyler Reddick, but he's going to stay down low, stay with those Fords for now. But the thing that Michael McDowell has to be
sideways there
to get towards the end of this race is doing what he's been doing, and that is getting too far out to where Brad can kind of snake through and
Ford does need the dub
as we get towards the end of this run, because right now those Fords are committed to Michael McDowell.
Yeah, there you go. They're working again. Four up top there. I think that's Preece leading it now.
Chevy's lined up right behind them, ready to
They're trying. Nobody's yet going to make a move yet.
Yeah, you can see
8 to go.
Fords trying to figure out.
They're trying to make a third lane. Buescher and Burt keep trying to work together, but again, they don't.
Sped up. I mean, think about it. Earlier in the day when we had those outside line that could drive at the front at will,
they need more cars there. They need somebody up there. There's only 4 cars versus everybody else.
Yeah, and when you're back there like that,
Blaney's laying off of whoever's in front of him there. It might be Blaney that goes. I just seen him jump up there.
These guys are nose to tail, bumper to bumper pushing because there's just no speed.
Blaney's up there now.
You're hoping that they get.
Doesn't really have any help though.
Maybe you get 3 or 4 more guys to pop out of line to try to make.
They were trying there, but nobody went with them.
It's going to take more cars than 3 or 4.
Michael McDowell has been the Pied Piper. He's now led as many laps as his car number as we come to 7 to go.
At the same time, I think he might be the car that could lead that lane right now to keep it to where somebody else jumps up there.
For Michael McDowell, those runs are going to come faster. They're going to come harder. They're going to have a lot of energy.
I'm still watching that very third lane.
That spotter's going to earn his money.
Well, in every lap that goes by.
That's the lane. I still think that's where the move's going to come, but they need more cars there.
Keselowski, right? Unless Brad is side by side, and he wants to win this race as well. So if he can,
McDowell's doing everything he can at this point.
Where he can get Michael McDowell way out there and have that line stacked up behind him.
6 to go this time.
An opening to get to the right rear and in front of that outside line. That's what he's looking for.
If Blaney gets up there, I can see both his teammates going with him, Cindric and Logano.
Michael Fisher is Michael McDowell's spotter, and he has done a great job so far of helping McDowell mind the gap.
Back auto line entry, you'll be clear down. Good.
That's what I said. I think if Blaney gets to his teammates, I could see the teammates jumping up there with him. Chase is up there now, just in front of Blaney.
Top is tighter. Top is tighter. Connected top.
Again, they need another car up there, though.
45, get clear here.
I still think that's where the run's going to come, but they need another car up there.
45 is almost.
6 to go. Coming to 5.
Quarterback there, connected top.
There you go. So some more cars jumped up there. I think you got more cars up there.
Quarterback.
Somebody needs to jump up there. I could see maybe Cindric latching on with Elliott.
But it remains McDowell versus Reddick.
Now they're
but that's when when those cars start popping out of line and shifting lanes like that up to the top side. That's when the momentum of these lines start to change.
There goes Van Ginsberg, and Shane's up there. Going to lead that lane now.
And have to fill those gaps. The more it kind of pulls the back forward, and then that's when those accordions start to happen in the middle of the pack, and it changes the speed.
5 to go.
It creates that opportunity.
Shane's going to get the push from Chase, and there they go. I'm telling you, that's what they need. Here they come.
Accordion on the bottom, getting into 3, which opened that opportunity up even more.
Somebody on this outside is going to have to jump with them.
You hope that those guys.
That's where the run's coming. So one of those guys, like Todd Gillen, I think needs to jump up there.
On the outside, coming to 4 to go.
We get a couple more that'll jump up there. I think that's where the run's going to come from.
2021, he was 3rd at the white flag, but a bad
3 to go.
Brad Keselowski in 2nd to leader Joey.
I'm telling you, you're Todd Gillen. You got to jump in front of that 16. I think you got to follow that run.
Victorious. Not today. Today he's been out in front more than anybody. 36 laps.
Got to get up there.
So far.
Somebody's got to get up there with them, because here they come.
Well, you can see, Clint, it just gets
4 to go now.
dicier every lap that you go.
Somebody's got to jump up there. I mean, come on.
The middle of the pack start to stack up.
I see SVG coming off the bumper.
Yeah.
That 9 car again.
That outside's coming.
A bunch of them as they stack up an accordion on the bottom.
I'm still shocked nobody up ahead of the SVG has jumped up there yet. Especially somebody like a McDowell or a Cindric or Logano. I'm surprised not one of those guys has jumped up there yet. You have to.
Well, and that's what we expect. We expect the pack's just going to keep getting tighter and tighter.
2 to go.
Eventually, it spits somebody out.
2 to go or 3 to go here. It's time for somebody to go for it.
Yep. You got to go if you're not Reddick or McDowell. You got to be jumping to that 3rd lane. There goes Busch. There goes Gibbs. I'm telling you, I knew they weren't going to sit there. There was no way they were going to sit there.
And that's what this outside line wants. They want those lane changes to keep happening at the front of the pack, but the outside line kind of got broke up right there and had a little bit of trouble.
Well,
again, they're filling the center, they're filling the other lane, and they're just leaving those guys. Unless the Ford's got a plan. There's a bunch of them on that outside.
Kind of was stalled out.
2 to go.
As they approached him, they lifted. Boy, it crushed that line.
I don't know. There might be a plan with those Fords behind Gillen, because you got Gillen, Cindric, Logano, all lined up there.
That the seats in the
I wonder
would be easy to sell, just as they've been for the last decade at Daytona. How about those seats down toward turn 1? At Daytona, they're a tough sell.
Lap and a half to go.
Let's put the finish line down toward turn 1. That's what he
Lap
did.
and a half to go.
The leader in the middle of the trioval at Talladega.
Next flag will end the race if they get the white.
The leader at the finish line.
We saw a photo finish here in the last 2 fall races. The last photo finish in the fall or in the spring race, 2011.
Well, you want to be the leader right now because as you head towards
here we come to the white.
You want to be the leader.
Next flag ends the race. Caution or checker.
It is Reddick at the white flag with 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. McDowell back to the point.
Still side by side. Nobody yet to make a move. I'm waiting. Wait, watch the run.
Push from Truex.
Watch the run.
Keselowski as well. Here comes
Gregson. Look at the run. Brad's got the run. He needs help. Backs up. Yeah, you can back up to the 10. Back up to the 10, Brad. Back up to the 10. You might have enough to get McDowell.
There he goes to make his move.
Got to make a move. There he goes. Switch him up. Oh, he got into him. I think he's going to get it. Still green. No, it's going to be Reddick.
That was almost
big wreck behind him. Reddick wins the race.
Huge wreck here, guys.
Wow. Tyler Reddick wins the race.
Tyler Reddick for the win.
Wow.
You knew it was coming. McDowell was trying to block. That run was coming.
That's Dega. That's Dega.
A dejected Michael McDowell drops the window net.
I think it was the 10 car. There was one other car that was riding the riding the safer barrier in the trial, but I didn't see who the other one was.
Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan will get to celebrate as car owners.
Oh, it was Josh Berry that was riding the barrier, not Gregson.
A while to get the list of cars involved. Sixth career win for Tyler Reddick of Corning, California. Last win 17 races ago at Kansas.
Yeah, Brad held his line. You can't discredit Brad. Brad held his line. He did exactly what he had to do.
Second driver to win at Talladega. And this becomes the 33rd Talladega Cup race with a last lap pass for the win.
Yep.
Well, we knew it was going to come down to some of those crazy blocks at the end, and we talked about who needed to win this race, and Michael McDowell knew that he was in a position that he needed to try to take advantage of the opportunity that he had.
That Kyle's tore up, got damage.
There at the end. Let's take a look at it.
Here's the last lap. Last half lap.
This is going down the back straightaway.
You see the momentum here was all on the inside. I thought Brad was going to back up to the 10. He did the right thing. He actually backed up to Gregson.
I loved what he did here. He pushed him away and created a gap. He drug that brake, got this momentum.
Got to Gregson. He got this momentum run. And I thought he had McDowell here with this cut to the inside. I thought he had him here.
Brad was able to utilize that block.
But McDowell came back right across his nose and lost it.
Turned him around.
Turns McDowell around. Chastain, Berry. Oh, it's Cindric.
And shoot through as mayhem develops behind the first four.
That's Corey that actually rode the wall. Yeah, that's Corey on two wheels.
That's somebody on their side.
Yeah, that was Corey. That was Corey. No, that was LaJoy. That was LaJoy that was riding on two wheels, I think.
Michael Jordan among those celebrating.
Wow.
All drivers have climbed from their car without assistance after a pileup at the checkered flag in Talladega.
Yeah, I think it was LaJoy that was the one that was on two wheels.
So close.
There.
After 107 races, man, he was in position.
Always great to see Michael Jordan at the racetrack.
Brad had it.
Got his brand on the side of that car.
And actually, I wouldn't even say it was Brad pushing McDowell. I think McDowell turned back down in front of Brad. The back end of the car got loose and he lost it. So I think Brad may have tapped him a little bit as he was going around. But I think the 34 car was already spinning out.
His dad would take him to races as he was growing up.
Now that's cool right there.
That's a moment.
That's a bonding moment. Tyler's son with Michael Jordan. That's cool.
Man, you don't get any better than that right there.
That's something that kid's going to remember for the rest of his life.
That is awesome.
We said it yesterday on the qualifying show. You're looking at a future champion of the sport right here.
Well, no, that's Tyler's son with...
well, we talked about Tyler Reddick being
very shades of Castroneves and Tony Stewart
win races, and
climbing the
you
fence.
Never know coming into this particular race how it's going to work out for you, but to be able to win the race today,
hey guys,
be able to put
we
that
made the
45
distance.
car in victory lane. It's a good day. They've run well enough.
We're
to
still
win
here,
2
right?
races
We
this
made
year.
the distance.
And a young fan gets a great souvenir. Tyler Reddick's checkered flag. It is the 6th career win.
Exactly right, Salvador. That is exactly, I think, what happened to McDowell's car.
And second at Talladega. Jamie.
Tyler Reddick climbs down the fence.
Oh, they're going to win, Tristan. They keep getting close.
The first win for Toyota on
You just got to keep putting yourself in a position.
Car, next-gen car. It's been a long time. I know you are pumped up. What does this one mean to you, Tyler, winning at Talladega?
Man, it's incredible. Everyone on this 45, Jordan Brent, Toyota Camry, worked really hard today, and didn't really work out in that third stage for us, but we were able to fight, defend our track position. Was that crazy, guys? What was that crazy, fans, huh? That was chaos. That's Talladega for you.
Take me through that last couple of moments. You're up there against the Fords. They get together, and then you're hammered down. Take me through it.
Yeah, just got to give a lot of credit to Ty Gibbs and Martin Truex. You know, it was just us Toyotas left, and they pushed me with everything they had. So huge credit to Martin and Ty. Without those pushes, we don't win this race.
Congratulations, Michael Jordan's waiting for you.
I was going to say, my ranking of this, I think it's the second best race after
Keselowski comes
Atlanta.
home second here today at Talladega.
Atlanta's still the top race this year, but
and ultimately the way things played
that was enjoyable. That was good. That was
Great
fun.
pushes from Noah Gregson.
Yeah, it sucks for Brad though. I thought Brad had it.
Together, and we cleared the Toyotas there on the bottom lane, and it was pretty clear it was going to come down to the three of us, and I backed up. Noah gave me a great push, and I wanted to make a move on Michael, and he covered it, and I went back the other way. I got another push from Noah, and just nowhere to go when Michael came back down. So I hate that for him. He's a good guy. I hope he's all right.
I think it's LaJoy. I think it's the 7 car that about went over. He was
really
riding on 2
for
wheels.
Russ, for Ford, for Castrol, and another second. You know, it's a solid day, but not the win we wanted, Josh.
And how important is this for the team right now to be running well, to get these second place and turn things around the way you want?
Yeah, I mean, good finishes are important, Josh, but we want wins.
They showed
And,
one, but I think they're also
really
trying to
does
make
today.
sure that everybody's okay too, Trish. And they did this with Newman's wreck. It took them a minute before they showed the replay of Newman's wreck too back in 2020.
Came so close as the race ends under caution. Let's have another look at what happens here coming off turn number 4.
See, Brad did the right thing. He backed up to Gregson, which was smart.
He knew that.
Now watch McDowell. I think he does the same thing Newman. His car got loose right there.
And just came across the
little
nose
tap
of
from Brad.
Brad's
Car gets
right there.
sideways.
Tyler Reddick never lifted.
No, it wasn't
Watch
LaJoy.
the 7 here.
But no, it must have been LaJoy because he did win it further up. But I think it was LaJoy.
He was up on his side.
Yeah, for a long ways.
LaJoy ends up 19th as a result of that.
On board Joey. Well, Busch was in the incident, Jacqueline. He got a piece of that last lap incident.
Joey Logano kept driving it across the line, and that's how he ended up unofficially 14th.
Well, I promise you, he had his eye on that start-finish line. If you can keep your car straight, you're not going to let off until it's sideways.
Here we go. Here's a better shot. Right.
There you can see.
Yeah, it is Corey.
Watch the 7 car get up on its side.
Oh, it's up.
It's actually on. It's actually on its roof.
Josh Berry.
And it's still sliding on its side all the way down the wall.
Yeah, he's gonna.
It landed on top of
that is wild.
Larson's hood, I think.
LaJoy, 19th.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Slide down on its side, on its roof, back on all fours. Look at the driver's compartment, though.
Here's the reaction of Travis Peterson after Michael McDowell had pretty well dominated stage number 3.
Amy knows wrong.
Meanwhile, over at 2311 Racing.
Well, yeah, you're right. I will. Yeah, you're right. I will take that. Yeah, he did flip. So that is the first flip we've seen in the next gen at Talladega.
NBA scoring title.
Yep, that is a flip. The first flip in the next gen at Talladega.
You ready to go see him? You want to go see him? Come on, let's go.
How'd you get to hang out with Michael Jordan like that?
Tyler Reddick triumphs at Talladega.
What a race.
More to come from the world's fastest speedway.
Oh, and by the way, remember what I said at the end of stage 2? Where did Tyler Reddick come from?
Is playoff Jason a thing?
Nah, playoff Jason is not a thing.
Okay, Tatum. We all know it's a thing. Same goes for playoff Spider.
It's not a thing.
Well, Brunson can't deny it.
I mean...
Is that official?
Oh, wait, no.
Oh, I see. You got the whole league in on this.
Not a thing.
Let me guess. Playoff Shane.
It's not a thing.
Are you serious? Everyone's calling playoff and saying it's clearly a thing.
It's not a thing.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, 9 out of 10
Isn't
for
it
me.
absolutely
Like,
bonkers that
actually, you know
can
what?
walk into a
I'll say
store,
9.5
hand
out
someone
of
a piece
10.
of plastic,
9.5
and they
out
will
of 10. I would have liked to
willingly
not
hand
seen the
over
last
Reese's
lap
cups.
wreck.
Forget
Had a
flying
little
cars.
closer
This is
finish,
it. We're at the
but
pinnacle. And meet Reese's
probably as
distant
good
but
as I'm
delicious
going to get
cousins.
for one.
Toby, why are you
So
eating your Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I want to save the
I'll
best
give it a
part for last,
9.5
but it's
out
all
of 10.
the best part. I don't know where to begin.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
Maybe I just smell it.
The best part of Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull apart is all the parts.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. so you can keep your ride or die alive.
Competing for gold, we have legendary Reese's Peanut Butter Cups versus newcomer Reese's Medals. Who will be the winner? I'm sorry, what are they competing in?
The skyscrapers in the background and Lake Michigan alongside the racetrack.
NASCAR is coming back to Chicago. A 4th of July weekend festival of music and racing through downtown Chicago's iconic streets.
Well, how's the phone, boys? It's gonna be a good one.
The biggest names in music headline the stage, while the brightest stars in NASCAR chase the checkered flag. The Chicago Street Race Weekend. For tickets and
What a
experiences.
race. Oh, I gotta pay off the other. Duh, I forgot to do that. Why did you guys remind me?
Having an old National Commercial Banker makes all the difference.
He anticipates what we need when we need
Yeah,
it.
others gonna take it.
Like the equipment leasing for our production line. It's almost like John loves the gourmet pasta business more than we do.
La nuova
Already.
ha reso il processo molto più efficiente.
I didn't know John spoke Italian.
He does now.
Commercial bankers who love your business almost as much as you do. Another
Let a
reason to
finish.
get old. We live for the moments that move us. The big ones, the small ones, the ones that light up our hearts. At Advocate Healthcare, our heart and vascular team is trusted to make more moments possible. With nationally recognized treatments and the most care locations in the region, we're here for your heart, so you can live fully. Enjoy more moments that move you.
Again, I understand why, but I said that before when they've done it, that don't do that. You don't do the last lap. You don't wait to the last lap, because if you wait to the last lap, the caution comes out. You're screwed if it comes out before the line. They were lucky that when they wrecked, they didn't wreck before the line. They wrecked.
Put down the phone. Hands on the wheel. Test your skills and stop distracted driving. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com/RT.
But I'm more shocked that we didn't get more jumping for that third lane at the end. They should have had more guys jumping to the third though.
That's Bo, Tyler Reddick's son, the winner of this race. Reddick getting it done, his 6th career victory, first this season. And of course, his first at Talladega. Hi, everyone. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie here for post-race coverage from Talladega. And man, oh man, Michael McDowell had control of that race until he didn't.
But we knew inevitably that was going to happen. And it was a double block that went bad, but we've said it since 1969. 188 laps, 500 miles, probably not going to know who's going to win this thing till they go through the tribal with a checkered flag waving. It's what happened today.
No, and the heartbreak for McDowell is that he controlled the race for the last 20 laps. It was really fun to watch
Gregson
him
with the
control
top
inside lane and
10,
the
top
outside
5.
lane. But when they came off turn 4, Brad had a good run, and obviously things went wrong. So heartbreak
Fast
for McDowell.
Pasta,
Super pumped for
P6.
Tyler Reddick to get his first super speedway win.
Bowman with the top 5. Hemrick, P9.
Best moment.
It really was. You know you've done something great. Jamie Little is standing by with Michael Jordan.
And how about that? Michael Jordan at the racetrack. Didn't see you until the end, now standing in victory lane. How cool is this? And to see that paint scheme.
Well, Denny keeps saying I was bad luck when I come to the track. And today we proved him wrong. I mean, look, actually he did a good job by wrecking so we can get up front. That was actually pretty good. But, you know, I think Tyler did a good job. Unfortunately, Bubba couldn't finish. But, you know, the whole team did a good job. And look, I'm very happy to be here to see it. You know, I always, you know, everybody tells me when we win, we can have a good celebration. But this is the first time I've been here. And to my wife and my kids and everybody, yeah, we did it. I'm sorry I left you home.
MJ, I know you grew up watching this sport. You know these places inside and out. But what is it like for you to be a team owner and to stand here with all the people that make it possible?
Well, as you know, this is NBA playoffs, right now. So this is, to me, is like an NBA playoff game. I am so ecstatic obviously for the fans who support the sport itself. And, you know, we've been working hard trying to get ourselves up to where we can compete against all the, you know, top guys in this sport. But we've done a heck of a job just to be where we are. And for us to win a turn and win a game and win a big race like this, I mean, it means so much to me and for the effort that the team has done. And look, I'm all in. I'm all in. I love it. You know, it replaces a lot of the competitiveness that I had in basketball. But this is even worse, you know, because I have no control. If I was playing basketball, I have total control, but I have no control, so I live vicariously through the drivers and all the, you know, crew chiefs and everybody. So, I mean, I'm very happy for 2311, 110%.
Congratulations, team owner.
I appreciate it.
He loves it, and we love him at the racetrack. That big old smile, seeing him celebrate Tyler Reddick getting it done for the GOAT. Michael Jordan also getting it done for his co-team owner, Denny Hamlin, who is also standing by.
Well, Denny, I know it wasn't
it'd be
a
fun
great
to see
day
him
as a
in a car,
driver,
though,
but
but
as a team owner, everything that you put into this team and the effort, having MJ here, what does this moment mean to see you guys win at Talladega?
Yeah, I mean, every 2311 win is like watching your kid win. It always means a little bit more when they do it than when you do it. I mean, certainly the day was disastrous for us, and I'm sitting over there by the tunnel just waiting to head to the airport, and the TV is a little bit behind, so I'm sitting there and I can't figure out who had won until they came back around, and man, just so excited for this race team and Tyler, Billy, all the guys that really helped make this happen. So it's great that Michael get to enjoy it. You know, he's been wanting to be in victory lane for quite some time now, and you know, just really about how happy about how this team's progressing over time. Yeah, it's a super speedway win, but you know, these guys are contending week in, week out, and they deserve to win. Thank you.
Great celebration for those guys. Great celebration for Tyler Reddick. Man, it looks like they won a championship out there. They are celebrating the big one because it is the big one, Talladega. We'll be right back with more post-race coverage.
We're Ram, and when trucks are what you do Truck Month better than anyone else. You do trucks that work harder and play harder. And you do trucks that win by breaking every rule of what a truck should be.
Man.
So this Truck Month, what you should do
what can you
is
say?
drive a Ram. Trucks
You know?
are what we do.
Well, guys,
during Ram Truck Month, get new rollback
I'm gonna head out of
lower
here
starting
because I gotta go get food. I gotta go get food and go get gas for my car. So I'm gonna jump out of here. What can you say? Talladega once again delivers. I can't say anything else other than the track delivered like it should. You know, it seems to deliver. Seems like every year here. So I can't argue against this race and what it's done. So I don't know. Hamill, we'll see. I talked about maybe I'll screen share Clue. We'll see. Depends on who turns out. There was a couple saying that they want to do Heat 15 fun races or NASCAR 15 fun races, so we'll see about that. Yeah, that's going to do it for me. I'll be here next week for Dover. The Monster Mile. See, Ford will try again. Ford's still looking for that first win. I still think we're going to see it. It's just going to have to be a matter of when. But I tip my hat to all those that have joined in. And I know it may not be as fun as Dega next week, but I hope you'll join me next week and we'll do it all over again. So, have a good rest of the week, guys. I am going to plug Wednesday night. Continues my Way Back Wednesday series, rewatching the 2001 Cup Series season. We're doing the 500 this Wednesday, so do you like to come? Again, I've already prefaced that I myself am going to mute up, and I'm going to try to mute up my chat with basically 10 to go and let the race call itself for that. But rewatching that 01 season, and we get the first hurdle. Well, I got time to give an intro and outro, Corey, so I want to give a good outro instead of just cutting out like I normally do. So, but yeah, Way Back Wednesday, and then obviously Dover next Sunday. So see you guys then. If you see me, I'm always here. Not as often on Twitter, but I spend more time on the Discord. So those links are both in on the channel page if you decide to follow me. But See you guys. Take care. Have a good rest of the week. Or a good week.